look at this area right over here. This entire area, this is the wing structure of the aircraft. And this area that you see over here is where the flaps for a takeoff needed to have been in takeoff configuration. When the aircraft rose, there is a lot of conversation which is taking place about whether these flaps were properly configured, because if there was, for example, an engine failure in one of the two engines of the aircraft, and then there was an improper flap configuration, right, then the aircraft couldn't have climbed.
Absolutely. So we've talked about the flaps, we've talked about the engines as well. As you can see, the 787 is a twin engine passenger jet. Now we're also going to talk about the tail section. Now this section that you see here, viewer, is the same section that you saw lodged in the roof of a building. In one of the most, upsetting and troubling images, you've seen the tail section of the aircraft near intact, unlike the rest of the aircraft, Vishnu, that was lodged in the roof of that medical college building. And that is where the black box of this aircraft has actually been recovered from. It would actually be in this particular area.
In this area over here, right over here, underneath the tail, is where you'd have the black box. And I'll tell you a little bit about the location itself. It's actually believed to be the strongest aircraft, a part of the aircraft, one of them. It would be in a hardened sort of shelter, as it were. The black box itself is designed to withstand the impact of crashes. Could be immersed as well in water for an extended period of time, temperatures in case there's a fire and an explosion, as was the case this time. But this area of the aircraft is the one that we are talking about being a relatively quote-unquote safe area. That has been recovered this evening. At about 5:10 is when I got a message from somebody saying that, look, we can confirm now to you that we have located the black box, which is the cockpit voice recorder and the digital flight data recorder.
Okay, we're going to try and put some of those images on our screen, because we've got relevant, specific images of the tail and the parts that we're talking about on our screen that we will talk about, and our producers should be putting those out on the screen as we talk about them. But before we move on from the black box area, Vishnu, just one quick query. The black box is situated in this tail section of the aircraft, I'm assuming, because this is the part that would be least vulnerable in the event of a crash, and that seems to be borne out by the photographs as well.
So that's an image actually, and it's interesting that the Prime Minister was just underneath it, but because the area that he was looking at over there, let's have that image of Prime Minister Modi, is just above him is the area somewhere there where the cockpit voice recorder and the digital flight data recorder would be located. The digital flight data recorder records parameters every second, thousands of them on every aspect of this flight. The cockpit voice recorder, as the name suggests, measures or records on a hard drive the conversations between the pilots. All right, let's keep moving this model of the aircraft itself. But at this stage, we're also joined by Sanjay Lazar, who is an expert on aviation and has been tracking this very closely with us. Sanjay, thanks very much for being with us. It is welcome news that we've got the black box of the aircraft actually out. In terms of, there are lots of theories doing the rounds. What are you hearing from, knowledgeable sources on what this may be all about?
Well, Vishnu and Shiv, as you know, that we've had a maelstrom of speculation and theories and conspiracy theories even over the last 24 hours, and that's been really tragic, adding fuel to the fire. But as we see it, plain and simple, and as you've said on your show yesterday as well as today, it appears to be a loss of power, loss of thrust to both engines. Now, what caused it? And is something that the investigators will look at. I know that the Accident Investigation Board has been on site. Two NTSB people have also arrived, I'm given to understand. And I think some British team is also arriving, to assist. The NIA and the ATS are also there. So there's all sorts of people there. The recovery of the black box, so to speak, DFDR and CVR is a great step. This will help decipher exactly what happened. It records, obviously, the last 2 hours of the cockpit conversation. In this case, there wasn't that much, but it would have recorded everything. And the other part is the DFDR, which will translate into digital data all the going on, all the parameters of whether, the fuel, the engine thrust, the power, everything, including the vibrations, the flaps, all signals of the aircraft are actually transmitted into digital data and then stored on this. We are happy, it's a great sign that it's in intact condition, because, in earlier accidents we've seen where this was damaged and then had to be sent to Seattle or, Florida for deciphering. So this is something that, our people in India could probably tackle. So that's two very good signs that we've seen.
Angad Singh is also with us, very well-respected aviation analyst and commentator. Angad, welcome.
And should we also call him a friend?
And a very close personal friend of both Vishnu and me. Angad, it's been 2 days. It's been over a day since the crash. Much has been said. There's been a lot of debate. There's been a huge amount of speculation, obviously. The two crash videos, and I want to put those on our screen right now for everyone to see. Not that anyone's going to be able to forget those pictures in a hurry. What did you make of those, Angad? What's your best guess at this time over what may have happened?
So Shiv, Vishnu, thanks for having me. I think the videos that we've seen, both the CCTV footage from the left side of the takeoff and the earlier video that came from the right, I think both those videos are, I want to sound a note of caution about both those videos. Mm-hmm. They are not high resolution, they are not clear videos. They show, with ground references, the attitude of the aircraft as it was in its final moments, certainly. But I would like that people wouldn't draw conclusions about things like flap configurations from these videos. The 787 has an enormous, heavily cambered, deceptively curvy wing, and it's very difficult at the best of times with clear imagery to decode what flap setting has been selected on an aircraft departing or arriving. So from these videos, it's too early, and I would that's a note of caution I want to sound, that it's premature to look at these videos from the rear aspect of the aircraft and draw conclusions about flap configurations and things like that. Generally, for an aircraft to go down like this at this phase of flight at takeoff, the educated guess, and it is a guess, is that it would be a loss of thrust, because nothing else short of something that catastrophic would have this result.
All right, so point taken about that flap setting. It is nonetheless one of the talking points in the aviation community among pilots. So what I thought I'd do is go through various theories. There are about 4 or 5 different theories which have been stated by aviation experts looking at this. Remember, these are theories, these are not the facts. The black box is now out. It's going to come out with the data. There would be an accident report as well. But till then, this is what experts have been saying. What exactly did result in this? Remember, the flight data recorder and the cockpit voice recorder have now been found, and hopefully in a finite period of time we will know what exactly took place. But let's play out a couple of scenarios. The first scenario, immediately after rotation, in other words, the moment the plane gets into the sky, a single engine failure or a bird strike potentially occurs, drastically increasing the cockpit workload for the pilots. The crew focused on the engine issue may have mistakenly not retracted or brought up the landing gear. That's a standard procedure post-takeoff to aid climb performance. While troubleshooting in the cockpit, the plane could have slowed below the minimum speed required to maintain control with one engine out, leading to a stall that resulted in the crash. At about 400 feet, recovery from a stall when the aircraft was not climbing is nearly impossible. The second scenario, an extremely rare dual engine failure occurs shortly after takeoff, rendering the plane a glider with no thrust. Without engine power, the crew couldn't retract the landing gear, and the resulting drag caused a rapid loss of airspeed, leading to a stall. At such a low altitude, no time to run the dual engine failure checklist or attempt an engine restart. There was no time, the crash taking place. Scenario number 3, video evidence suggests that the flaps on the aircraft, this is where the flaps in the aircraft are, but in this particular grab of the actual aircraft, it suggests that there was something potentially unusual. Video evidence suggests the flaps were retracted, which is unusual since flaps are always extended during takeoff to provide extra lift at low speeds. If a pilot mistakenly retracted the flaps instead of the landing gear during a high workload situation in the cockpit, such as an engine failure, hypothetically, it could have significantly reduced lift, especially with only one engine operational, potentially causing a stall. A fourth scenario, during an engine failure at 400 feet, the crew mistakenly shuts down the operational engine instead of the failed one. Now, that is a known error in aviation history. I would like to say at this low altitude, there would, if this took place, no time to restart the engine, leading to a loss of thrust and control. The conclusion over here, regardless of the specific cause, the crash likely stemmed from a sudden loss of thrust and the subsequent handling of the aircraft under critical conditions. This is conjecture, but this is what the pilot community is talking about. The flight data recorder and the cockpit voice recorder, part of the black box, have been located, and we'll get the data soon.
And the finest aviation voices alone here on NDTV, welcoming Air Marshal Sanjeev Kapoor onto this special broadcast where we're talking about the anatomy of this disaster as the investigation actually kicks off. Air Marshal Kapoor, the two videos that we've just been speaking about, as well as everything else that you've seen and heard in the last 36 hours since Flight 171 went down, what would you say happened? You know, we understand that the investigation is still to kick off in earnest, but what would you say has happened? What would be your best guess, sir?
Whatever I have seen and whatever is being flashed out on the social media and the channels, a few things that in my appreciation are clear is that the path of the aircraft when it struck the hospital building is exactly in line with the center line, that is 0523. So the probability of an engine failure wherein the aircraft yaws invariably to the side of the failed engine seems less. It could be there is some sort of a yaw towards the left if you see closely the aeroplane before it is meshing into the ground. If you could have the video, the one which is taken from the rooftop by some person, that indicates the aircraft is yawing to the left, but that could be due to strong crosswinds also. It's an afternoon time. Temperatures, the tarmac temperatures must be over 50 degrees centigrade, huge thermals, and the area around the airfield is heavily populated. And I have flown there personally many a times. There is large amount of bird activity in and around Ahmedabad airfield, and afternoon is the period when there is a huge bird activity. So, but the videos don't indicate a flock of birds or other things. The second option could be the mishandling, which you have just covered. By that height, generally, the 400 to 500 feet, the undercarriage is up. But in this video, we find the undercarriage down. But the crew has given a mayday call. That is very surprising. And from the videos, from the time of unstick to the crash, it is just about 30 seconds. I was watching in a few channels. They have put a timer from the CCTV, which is indicating from the left side. From the time the aircraft unstuck to the time it crashed is precisely about 32 seconds. Now, in this 32 seconds from the period the aircraft is unstuck to crash, he's found time to give a mayday call. So there is something serious in the cockpit, in my appreciation, because it is very rare in fighters or in single-engine aircraft. We generally give a call and it is some grave emergency. But in a commercial airline, fully loaded aircraft with max fuel, full passengers, hot afternoon, when the performance parameters themselves are at its extreme, because Ahmedabad is typically 11,500 feet runway, and from the videos which I've seen, it has taken more than 2/3 or 3/4 of the runway length to unstick. So, and the speed which the ADSB is indicating is around 174 knots. That must be close to the unstick speed. So the aircraft is at very low speed, and it is indicated by the attitude. The videos show the wings are flexed and curved up, means the wings are stressed to give the lift which the pilot is asking. So it is beyond doubt that the aircraft is at very low speed. It is mushing into the ground. That also is obvious. Now, what is the reason for speed not building up? Because a single engine itself is capable of taking the aircraft away. And all these aircrafts are, flying over Atlantic, Pacific, and this thing, it is certified at each stage to be capable of maintaining with one engine. The accidental switching off of, fuel, this thing is the conspiracy theory is also floating around. That also may be an option wherein the fuel to both the engines have shut off and the crew have realized, and in this bargain, they have taken the action. And it all happened in from the time, in my guess, from Mayday call to crash is just about 20 to 25 seconds. So in this 20 to 25 seconds after the pilot has given a Mayday call to crash, they must be busy in ascertaining what could have been. And you are too close to ground. You are too close to ground with hardly any height, with the temperature and weight not in your favor. And when you raise flaps, the first thing the pilot does in any aeroplane is to lower the altitude. You have to build speed. And generally in these big aeroplanes, the flaps are in stages. They are in 2 or 3 parts. It is not one flap setting. And the flap setting is subject to a lot of other factors, performance parameters. And so flaps are always retracted in phases. As you reach
Hold that thought for a
speed.
moment, because I just want to play out a certain video, a package, to make the point that this aircraft was very heavily deployed in service. We've got a list of the 10 previous flights that it had operated. Let's take a look.
The last 10 flights that have been taken by this particular aircraft, its registration number is VTANB. On the 7th of June, I just want to show you the last 10 flights. 7th of June, it flew a very normal flight from Delhi to France. The very next day, this aircraft, in fact, the same day, the aircraft flew right back. And this was all completely normal. I'm talking about the exact same aircraft airframe that has crashed. Then there was a flight from Delhi to Melbourne on the 8th of June, and then Melbourne straight back to Delhi on the 8th of June, the same day. Then you had Delhi to Tokyo on the 9th of June, and then Tokyo back to Delhi on the 10th of June. These are the last 10 flights. I just want to give you a sense of how busy this aircraft has been, and it's difficult to imagine that it is no longer there. Delhi to France on the 11th of June, and then France straight back to Delhi on the same day. So this was a busy aircraft that was conducting all manner of flights. Delhi to Ahmedabad on the 12th of June was the flight towards Ahmedabad, and from Ahmedabad the next day, of course, is the ill-fated flight that never made it, and it crashed in Ahmedabad. So 10 different flights. This is what the journey of VTANB actually looks like. It was a busy aircraft, one of many 787 Dreamliners in service with Air India, and the first crash of this aircraft type, that's the dotted black line that you see there, was supposed to be its last flight, but it never really made it. So Vishnu, before we began this broadcast, the Directorate General of Civil Aviation, which you track, just put out new orders and enhanced inspection requirements for Air India's 787s across a variety of different criteria. What does that actually mean? We'll come to this in just a moment, but what was that? What was that order?
That's just come in over here. It's not what we are showing on the screen, but let's just talk a little bit about the new stuff first, and then that.
Yeah.
The Director General of Civil Aviation has told Air India, which operates 33 Dreamliner aircraft, that they have to be very careful about the engine parameters of the Boeing 787. The fuel systems have to be monitored. Several electronic systems associated with the thrust of the aircraft, the engine performance of the aircraft have to be monitored as well. I think the takeoff performance of the jet needs to be looked at very closely. There have to be tests, before the aircraft, additional tests, before the aircraft is actually operated. So a series of fairly important technical steps which have to be adopted by the airline. And what we're going to try and do is talk to our experts and figure out what exactly each of those are. But those are all important steps designed to enhance safety.
And while we're talking about those new enhanced inspection requirements, which is basically a list of things in addition to the normal inspections that are carried out, that have to now be carried out on those 39 Dreamliners in service with Air India. Could this be a precursor to, larger action, potentially something as big as a fleet-wide grounding, within Air India, within the world? We don't know. We don't want to speculate. But Boeing, which is the manufacturer of the 787 and introduced these aircraft into the market back in 2011, Vishnu, worth noting that this was actually the first accident of this particular type. So we've got some, just some historical information about Boeing. And the track record that it has had so far. This is only by way of information. It is not indicative at all. 241 people died in yesterday's accident involving the 787. But there are other accidents that we have seen in the recent past, which has put Boeing into a very difficult an extended period of reputational damage and multiple investigations. There was the Jeju air crash of a 737 in 2024, in which a huge number, 179 people had died. The Air India Express Kozhikode accident, I was actually in the city just a few days after it happened. Also a 737, 21 people of a larger number on board died in that accident. Vishnu, the Lion Air crash of 2018, which really started this entire bad period, if I can call it that, for Boeing, in which 189 people died, which was followed just a few months later by the Ethiopian air crash, which all came down to something called the Maneuvering Characteristics Augmentation System, or MCAS, triggering one of the largest investigations into Boeing in history. So all of this data just to suggest that there could be more action ahead, and this isn't just a local aviation accident here in India, Vishnu. There could be action going forward.
No, I
Boeing
think that's
has
a really
gotten into the investigation as well.
I think it's really important. And, the point is that Boeing has suffered a huge reputational sort of issue in the last several years that have largely to do with the Boeing 73 MAX series of aircraft. There were certain design changes which were made, and flight control systems which were changed. There was a new system called the MCAS. Pilots around the world who'd bought the MAX 8 hadn't been trained in its use. And as a result of that and certain flight control issues that resulted in 2 crashes, the American FAA, that's their regulator, grounded the aircraft. It was grounded across the world. It had a catastrophic reputational problem for Boeing. They lost their lead very clearly to Airbus, which in any case was going down. But this aircraft has not had that reputation. It's had a fairly stellar reputation. But the reason I think that we are talking a lot about this is because if there is a significant finding which emerges out of the black box, then it's not just Air India which might end up having to, temporarily ground its fleet.
It could be a global directive as well.
This could be a larger directive to other. And the fact that you've got the UK regulator, you've got the American regulator, and you've got the manufacturer involved means that they will be very diligent in looking at what exactly the evidence is.
Let's bring in our experts on this. Sanjay, to you first. We don't want to jump the gun, obviously, but this enhanced safety inspection for the 787s in service with Air India, do you think it could be a precursor to a larger, more drastic action on the fleet?
Well, Shiv, I went through the circular of the DGCA and the letter to Air India, and it actually is quite a measured, deep dive check that they're asking Air India to do into all their 787s that are flying. Now let's, Vishnu pointed this out. There are 1175 787s flying around the world today. They've done more than 5 million flights in the last 15 years. We've got a total of 32 million flying hours, approximately, and this is Boeing's March figures. So it's a very significant number. We've not had a single accident barring the tragic 171 that we've seen yesterday. So I do not see immediate ramifications for global 787 operations. That being said, should the black box and the investigation reveal that there is something tectonic, in the systems, software systems, or the engine thrust or whatever, it could result in either all aircraft with that engine having to go through checks like we've already seen with the Pratt and Whitney on the Airbus fleet, or it could be a total grounding if it's a software issue itself. Now, I do not believe that it should be something that drastic. And I pray that it isn't, because Boeing's reputation is really surviving basically on the 787 and the 777 until now, because otherwise it's just been trashed because of all the Senate hearings and all the wrongdoings during the MAX period. So this is going to be a very critical period. I think the DGCA will be, looking at it with very, very, magnifying glass. The NTSB being present in India along with the CAA and the Aircraft Accident Investigation Board will also be very, very sharp on this front. So
what I thought I'd do, Sanjay, half a second. I just want to keep the strike rotating. Angad, I want to go through what the DGCA has said and just run us through some of these systems. An inspection of the fuel parameter monitoring and associated system checks. In simple terms, what does that mean?
So, Vishnu, I think that at the moment, the DGCA checks that have been announced, they strike me as precautionary. They're looking at exactly the same things that we're speculating about right now, and saying let's just monitor these likely causes going forward. I think as you open this program with the flight data recorder is going to tell us what actually went wrong. Until then, this is all the DGCA just sort of covering its bases, as it were. Air India is the only Indian operator of the 787. I think Indigo leases their example. And so this is just a way of the DGCA just saying, look, this is an unprecedented accident. We have to cover our bases. So here are the likely causes, and we need these to be looked at much more thoroughly. At the moment, that's all they can do.
Sure. I just want to go through a few of the other points. An electronic engine control system test and an engine fuel-driven actuator operational test and oil system check. In simple terms, for our viewers, Air Marshal, what do these mean? Firstly, an electronic engine control system test.
Modern machines are heavily embedded with technology. Unlike the aircraft which we flew, it was all stick throttle and, the gauges, they were all analog. Over the years, the integration, and this is a fully glass cockpit with full automation, fly-by-wire, and it has huge amount of redundancies. So what happens typically after any crash, be it the Air Force or any other country or any other airline, it is called a one-time check. So what DGCA has ordered here is a one-time check, and it is done after every major accident or incident. This is like, if you recall, the ALHs were down of the HAL a few months ago after a few Coast Guard accident. So the fleet is put through certain times the parameters which they suspect is checked once again to ascertain that these 4 or 5 things which you read out are not a probable cause. And once the technical team and the engineers certify that all these parameters and the components are within limits and are serviceable, the go-ahead is given and the normal flying is resumed. But it is a procedure. It's in Air Force is called a one-time check, and that is what the DGCA has ordered.
We also are welcoming onto our coverage this evening James Healey Pratt. He's aviation partner with Keystone Law. James, welcome. Thanks for being with us and your time here on this broadcast. I wish these were in better circumstances, but we are talking about a very, very serious aviation accident, and it does have clear international ramifications. American agencies are participating in this investigation as well. Could you give us your perspective on what you think the next few days and weeks are going to look like? The investigation has just begun.
Well, good evening. Yes, I think all of our thoughts are probably with the families of the 290 who lost their lives, of which 241 were passengers and crew on board Flight 171. And what those families want, and I know this from over 30 years of experience of helping families and investigating these sort of accidents, is they want their loved ones to be identified and returned to them so that they can be grieved. And so a lot of DNA work is going on at the moment. There may well be an agency helping from the UK. They're called the UK DVI, the Disaster Victim Identification Team. And they'll be certainly helping the Indian authorities in relation to the 52 British passengers on board who lost their lives. So it's the recovery and identification phase, obviously, planned. And then the other issue that we're all waiting for is the results of the black box, because that will give us the answers that, of course, the family want to know about as well. And so the black boxes are critical. Everything ahead of that is speculation. I think we all know that as experts, experienced.
All right. I've been also joined by Aishwarya Jen, our correspondent, who's been tracking the story very, very closely. Aishwarya, what's happening now? I mean, do we have investigators at the site? What exactly are they doing?
The experts have stated, and the teams that went inside the crash site had specifically told us that they want a daytime to lift the tail, which was hanging on the rooftop of the hostel. That's ground plus 5-story building, and they have, cut its edges, but to lift it down, they need very specific, cranes. The NDRF, SDRF, along with the, army officials also been roped in to pull that portion of the aircraft down, the tail that we are talking about. And tomorrow morning is the time that we have been told that that particular work will start. But the NDRF team also looking at, gaining from the debris, the forensic teams which are also there, taking the evidences out from the aircraft, important material being taken apart from. But apart from it, of course, as I was reporting from the civil hospital, 219 DNA test samples have been collected so far, and 8 bodies have been given to the family members.
All right, Aishwarya, thanks very much for sharing those details with us. Mr. Healey, I just wanted to come back to you for another key point about this. Now, in the next couple of days, we're going to see a lot of claims being made. We're going to be seeing claims to insurance experts, to insurers. It's a complete hull loss. And obviously, there's compensation for people who've been killed in the crash, people who've lost their lives on the ground as well. Do you see this as becoming one of the most costly claims in any recent crash?
Well, quite possibly. Again, we haven't got the black box evidence. But in the event that this is a Boeing or a General Electric, and GE make the engines, the Gen X jet engines, if there is a US product liability issue, or a defect, then unfortunately the cost will be much, much more than if it is purely a matter of pilot error or maintenance in relation to the airline. But you have to look at how different legal systems deal with death. And America is the most generous jurisdiction on the planet. India is less so, and the UK is somewhere in the middle. So it really does depend on what causes are identified as to how it can happen. If it's purely airline, it would be rather different than if it was a mixture of the aircraft plus the airline. So we'll have to see. But probably for kind of Indian domestic purposes, I think this probably will be the most expensive loss of aviation disaster.
All right. Well, one of the most remarkable stories that have emerged out of all of this is that story of that one survivor from the plane. Remember, there were 242 people on board. That includes the crew members. One person, a British national, managed to get out. He spoke in an interview earlier on today. Let's listen in to what he said.
His name is Vishwas Kumar Ramesh. He's a British Indian national, miraculously survived. Not just survived, but survived in pretty good condition. Very, very superficial injuries. Both the Prime Minister and the Home Minister met with him yesterday and today. And he has lived to tell the tale. I'm told, Vishnu, that his brother has left Leicester and he's on his way to India right now to obviously take his brother back. I can only imagine what that's going to be like. Imagine 1 out of 242 people living to tell the tale after an air crash of this kind. And then he's going to have to make his way back to England now. And I don't know how long that's going to take. But these images that you have on your screen of the tail of the aircraft.
And this is
tell
the
a different
exact
story. This is
Dreamliner.
the seating plan of the 787, Vishnu.
Seat 11A is where this gentleman was seated. And in that interview, which we'll play out in a moment from now, he actually says that there was space on his side for him to get out, whereas there was no space to his right to get out. In terms of where the aircraft had smashed into that building, he saw dead bodies in front of him and in other areas. He pointed to air hostesses possibly being there. Now, if that is the case, then if he's seated in 11A, then this is one of the seats of air hostesses, and it's near an emergency exit. So this is where he actually was. I'm unclear how he managed to get out. Was the fuselage broken over here? Was there an emergency exit through which he was able to exit? He's not entirely clear himself about what happened, but think about it, in a gigantic aircraft going down to row number 40, it's just one person in seat number 11A who managed
Vishnu,
to get out.
I wanted to bring Angad in on one aspect of this. Angad, and many of the things that have been said about this miracle survivor has been in the realm of speculation. It's led to a bunch of articles, Angad, about, are there safe seats on aircraft and, other questions like that. We've seen experts weigh in as well. So I want an expert sort of view on this, because there are people out there literally Googling, are some seats safer than others in an aircraft? And apparently on some travel websites, people are actually trying to choose their seats in this manner as well. That's the kind of age we live in. Angad, please throw some wisdom on this.
So oddly enough, Shiv, statistically there are safe seats in aircraft. I think, if I remember correctly, statistics of air crashes over many years show that seats either in the far end, the aft of the aircraft, or right up front are safer than the seats in the middle. And that was clearly not the case in this incident, where 11A is sort of amidships. It's just forward of the wing, where the wing meets the fuselage. But I mean, to your point, that the word miracle applies here. There's no other word for it. This considering what we saw, considering the fireball, considering the extent of the damage to the aircraft and buildings on the ground, this is a complete fluke, a blessing from above, if you will, that this man in 11A
how he
survived.
Actually got out, what the sequence of events
and the fact that he was ambulatory after coming out of the aircraft,
walking
is incredible.
and nearly completely okay, superficial wounds.
Let's listen to what he said in this interview.
मेरे खुद को भी बिलीव नहीं होता कि मैं कैसे उसमें से जिंदा बाहर निकला.
The miracle man who defied death. The lone survivor among the 242 on board the fateful Air India flight that crashed in Ahmedabad on Thursday. As the disturbing images of the plane turning into a ball of fire numbed the nation, the video of an injured man in a blood-stained white t-shirt limping his way out of the debris became the image of hope amid distress. He is Vishwas Kumar Ramesh, the sole survivor and passenger of the ill-fated flight. Vishwas was on seat 11A. He later recounted the crash horror and his unbelievable escape from the hospital where he's being treated for burns.
और मेरे नज़रों के सब सामने हुआ था. मेरे खुद को भी बिलीव नहीं होता कि मैं कैसे उसमें से जिंदा बाहर निकला, क्योंकि थोड़ा टाइम लेके तो मेरे को लगा था कि मैं भी मरने वाला हूँ, लेकिन जब मेरी आँख खुल गई, मैं देखा ना, तो मुझे लगा मैं जिंदा हूँ. तो मैंने ट्राई किया, जब मेरी सीट थे वो मेरी बेल्ट निकाला, मैंने वो ट्राई किया जहाँ से निकल सकता वहाँ से, तो मैं निकल गया वहाँ से. मैं जहाँ लैंड हुआ था ना, वो नीचे की साइड थी, तो जब वहाँ थोड़ा पेस भी था प्लेन के जब बाहर, तो जब जैसे मेरा डोर टूटा ना सब, तो मैंने देखा ना जब सामने कि थोड़ा इधर पेस है, तो मैं ट्राई कर सकता हूँ निकलने के लिए, तो मैंने ट्राई किया निकलने के लिए, तो फिर मैं निकल गया उधर.
Vishwas is a 40-year-old British national who was visiting family in India. He was returning to the UK with his elder brother, Ajay Kumar Ramesh. An eyewitness also told NDTV that he saw Vishwas being flung out of the burning plane.
कैसा हुआ कि हमें भी ये यकीन नहीं था कि कोई बच के निकलेगा। जैसे वो हमें ऐसा लगा जब मैंने वो जो आधा जो प्लेन ब्रेक हुआ ना सर, तो जो वो जो ब्रेक होने का जो पॉइंट था उस पॉइंट पे शायद वो बंदा बैठा हुआ था। तो जैसे ही ब्लास्ट हुआ, ऐसे ब्रेक हुआ ना, तो उछल के वो नीचे, उस पे भी फ्यूल तो उड़ा, उसको आग तो लगी, पर वो जो दूसरे लोग जो जल गए, जैसे सीएम और भी जो पैसेंजर्स है जो बच ही नहीं पाए, जल गए, वो जैसे ब्लास्ट होके नीचे पछड़ा के नीचे गिरा।
Vishwas has lived in London for 20 years, where his wife and child also reside. In Leicester, Vishwas's brother is both relieved and sad. Happy to know that Vishwas survived, but broken at the loss of their other brother.
Yeah, that's the only thing he was worried about. He wasn't even worried about himself or any injuries his body has. He was just worried about finding my other brother.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi on Friday morning visited Vishwas in the Ahmedabad hospital. Vishwas's story is nothing short of a miracle. The only glimmer of hope amid the sordid story of death and destruction. An NDTV Bureau report.
Sanjay, one of the problems which we've seen with Directorate General of Civil Aviation, DGCA, investigations are that their investigations take forever. The final report takes a great deal of time. How important is it, given the international ramifications of this particular incident, for this report, at least a preliminary report, to come out in days, if not just 1 or 2 weeks?
Well, Vishnu, I do believe in this particular case, given the global perspective that it has, and the other two investigating agencies who are joining them, I do believe that we will see some sort of preliminary report in the next 7 to 10 days. We also know that the accident board has 30 days to submit a provisional report for their own findings. The DGCA final report obviously will take a while, sometimes 3 months, 6 months, even a year, and we've seen in the past. But I do believe in this case, because it's impacting all the 787s globally, there's going to be some kind of finding and preliminary resources released quite early in the day. On the point of passenger in 11A, if I may, I wanted to just point out, Vishnu, it's next to the L2 door. The air hostesses he speaks of would be sitting on the jump seat in front of him. And I'm strongly believe that, we've seen from the visuals, the tail section broke on top of the hostel building. The rest of the body broke into 2 or maybe more pieces when it hit the ground. When you look at what the eyewitnesses say, it obviously means that it probably broke at the position of the L2 door and he was flung out. My concern was about his seat belt, but here he clearly says in the video that you've just played that I unbuckled my video, saw the gap and got out. Now, how he did that is, really miraculous, because given that, most of the aircraft would have been on flames, which he didn't mention, but it would have been, a fireball. But I'm glad that he got out, and I pray that he's healthy and safe. That's important.
Marshal Kapoor, final question to you. We're almost out of time. With everything we know and seen so far by way of videos and the comments that have come out from the authorities, do you think it's going to be a long investigation or a pretty brief one?
I guess it will take a few months for the final report to come. They will look at every aspect, both sabotage angle. They will look at the performance. They will look at the fuel systems. They will look at aerodynamic considerations. They will look at some reports I was reading somewhere that some people heard a third kind of a sound at unstick. So there is something which has failed at unstick. And the crew precisely had 20 seconds. So this factors also will be collaborated along with the FDR, CVR and other inputs which they will get. But like the other fellow panelists said, the preliminary report should be out in about 2 weeks' time. That's my guess.
2 weeks is quite brief, and we will, of course, still be on that story. I'd like to thank James, Angad, Marshal Kapoor, and Sanjay very much for this. It is important, Vishnu, to have experts, who've been in the business, who've been in cockpits, who track this closely, to actually comment on this.
And can I just say something? Air India, in the middle of this massive transformation, it's a desperate effort to become possibly the world's best airline. This has been terrible, terrible news.
Yeah.
But there's a lot which they are doing to try and improve.
Yes.
And I'll tell you what, this is a gigantic Indian company. It employs thousands of people. It's going to be important for them to come back. I'm flying Air India day after tomorrow without thinking twice about that. I'm going on vacation.
Like thousands of
and
passengers
like tens
who
of thousands, who are doing that. But it is a low point for the airline. They've got their job cut out for them.
They've got their job cut out for them. And remember, as the investigation kicks in, Vishnu and I will be tracking every aspect of it across the weekend and the following week as well. We leave you for the moment, but our coverage continues after this break. In the meanwhile, watch this analysis by another expert on the only 2 videos we have of the final seconds of flight AI 171. As we speak, the cockpit voice recorder, the flight data recorder, the black box of flight AI 171 is in the process of being retrieved from the crash site, and that will hold the key to what happened to this ill-fated Boeing 787 of Air India. But in the meantime, all we can really do is look at the pictures, look at the images, look at the videos that have come forward, especially the 2 crash videos, to try and deduce from it what we can. And obviously we aren't going to do that ourselves. We will do that with experts. Joining us this evening on NDTV, over 24 hours after Flight 171 went down, I have with me Dr. Sumit Susilan, also known as Aviation Guru, someone who has written books and authored many articles as far as flight safety and accident investigations are concerned. Dr. Sumit, welcome to NDTV. I want to start by drawing your attention to these 2 videos. Dr. Sumit, you have seen these videos.
Yes,
they have been hugely shared since yesterday, shocking people across the world because they are looking at an actual crash taking place. But for an expert, what do these images tell you? Many people have said many things, that you can see the flaps, you can see the, something to do with the engines, the landing gear. What do you see in these pictures?
With the picture, I can see things while takeoff, everything was normal. But there was a different angle which no one had observed. There is something called load and trim. The aircrafts are balanced before the takeoff. And the ground team gives the aircraft balance, how much cargo they have put in the front hold and the rear hold. And if the aircrafts are balanced, then only it will be able to smoothly take off. But over here, we can see they are not able to take off after the certain height. So there might be an angle of that also, that the rear cargo had fell down and had taken the aircraft down because the landing gear has not retracted back. So they have hardly got time.
But it seems to be that the pilot is pulling back on the stick and pointing the nose up. How do you explain that?
I was listening to the person who got survived from 11 Alpha. So according to him also that he was listening to the thrust, they were trying hard for that thing. So it is the possibility because these are the GE engines, which is one of the best engines worldwide. We are known for this thing.
Thousands of aircraft run on these engines.
Definitely. And normally we always have, if any engine failure also, rarely, so it will one engine can go down. But both the engine going down simultaneously is something like unimaginable for us.
Many things have been said, Dr. Sumit, about the flaps.
Yes.
Now, I'll go to some of those still images. We've zoomed in on some of these images. This is just before the aircraft actually rotated and took off. Then we've got another image after it has taken off, just a few seconds before it impacts. These are, very low resolution CCTV images. Many people have said flaps are retracted, they should be extended during takeoff. But there are others who say in these pictures you cannot confirm whether this is the case or not.
Yes, we definitely can't, because the procedure was correctly done by the captain.
Yeah.
So there was no error we can find it from here, because we know the captains are the most experienced captain, because I have personally flown with Captain Sumit because I was a part of Air India. So I know how much experience they have. So there is such checks which they follow, the first officer and the captain throughout, because there is something called sterile cockpit time, where after the takeoff until they reach the cruise level, so no one disturb each other. So I think everything was followed exactly how they had to be followed.
And if there was something wrong, the cockpit would have warned them also. There would have been some kind of warning as well.
Yep.
Now,
yes, that's true.
Let's play out that video once again, because there are two crash videos. This is the second one, which is the complete crash sequence as captured by CCTV camera. From this point until the actual impact, Dr. Sumit, is 32 seconds.
Yes.
32 seconds is half a minute. From the time the aircraft leaves the ground till the time it hits the ground is just 32 seconds.
Yes.
Did the pilots, probably somewhere around this point when the aircraft stops climbing and starts to fall is when the Mayday call may have been issued to the air traffic control. What would the pilots have been doing at that last point? They would have been struggling to the aircraft seemed to be in control. The aircraft was not out of control, but they seemed to be wanting to try and get to climb.
Definitely, because when I see the aircraft was trying to climb, it was climbing up, and suddenly from a certain point, then it started coming down. It was some failure happened immediately when they had called the Mayday. And immediately, I think within 2 seconds, the ATC responded. Until the time, there was no response from their side. And normally, these aircrafts are pressurized in the cabin pressure of around 6,000 psi, which is the most comfortable psi. Whereas, if compared to Airbus 320 and all, that is pressurized in that 8,000 psi. So the cabin pressures are quite good. But there have been some rumors, or there was some news by the Boeing ex-employee itself that this cabin pressure, where there are some problems in engineering department as well.
Okay. We've got some final images showing you the different angles of it. This is the other video that came out first before the full crash video. This was taken from a residential neighborhood. And this also shows you a slightly closer look. And we looked this video.
Tails going down. You can see the tails going down. It's like nose was still up. The tail. So that's why I was saying the load and trim.
So it would have hit tail first.
Yes.
In this way. Yeah. In this angle, you can see that the tail is down, the nose is up.
Yes.
But even in this, you cannot tell about the flaps. No. Even in this, it's not clear.
No,
you're
it's
saying?
not clear. But I can say, because mostly this is a case of where the balancing, they are not able to balance it also. The tail was going down. If the nose is up and still the tail is going down, it means there might be a problem in the load and trim sheet. We have to take out the load and trim sheet, which can be with the ground engineering department. Normally they do the engineering where they balance it. They take it the signature of the captain before the takeoff. So now suppose they had given a certain numbers that they had kept a baggage of this much a ton in the back and in the hold one they had given this. They approve it. They balance. They approve it. But if the number is not matching up, that will not come to know.
Two images comparing flaps. In a high resolution image of a Boeing 787 taking off, where you can clearly see the flaps, but this image has caused a lot of debate, Dr. Sumit, where people have said, in this one you can see that the flaps are not extended, they are in retracted position, which is wrong for takeoff, but it is not, we cannot conclude that in this image.
I don't think that we have to compare.
That can only come out during the investigation.
Normally during the air shows and all, they use the full power and they go for an inclined takeoff also. So these engines can do that thing, because
even with the flaps retracted.
Definitely, they do it. They show the capability of the aircraft. And I have personally seen the capability of this aircraft, because recently happened like a couple of years back, we had a Wings India event where they had taken this aircraft for the demonstration, and we have seen the power of this aircraft. After that only they had got back-to-back orders for these aircrafts in India.
Okay. Dr. Sumit, thank you very much for helping us understand this complex issue. But like I always say, at the end of the day, the black box will hold all the keys.
Definitely.
The site mapping of the debris site will hopefully provide even more clues. And remember, it was one particular aircraft that went down yesterday, but it is an aircraft that has been in service with Air India for the last 11 years.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
That's huge. That is a biggie. It's out of it.
Gold Plus Clear Glass. पार हो या नियर, सब कुछ दिखे क्लियर.
In the wake of Pahalgam, all eyes on the Amarnath Yatra. Amidst fear, faith and fortitude. India's biggest fight against terror. NDTV reports on the holy route, the Amarnath spirit.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold CDSL for the long term?
Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
Is your business future ready? Join the 13-week strategic ESG certification program for business sustainability and growth for CXO and business leaders by NDTV, Terry and Zenora. Master global ESG frameworks, gain real-world tools, and lead with impact. Starts July 13th. Enroll now and power your business with sustainability.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims?
Good evening and welcome. I'm Shiv Arur. As we talk about the investigation into Flight 171 and what may have made it crash, let us never for a moment forget that 241 lives were lost among the passengers and crew of that aircraft. There was only one survivor. 241 heartbreaks, the end of 241 dreams, many of them children, and the endless suffering of those who've been left behind. This is their story and we must never forget.
"241 lives gone in just 32 seconds. Families destroyed, futures erased. The Air India crash is not just one of India's biggest aviation tragedies, it is 241 heartbreaks. Cabin crew, parents, children, newlyweds, tourists, each with a story, each with a face, each with someone, somewhere, waiting for them. A wave that turned out to be a fine goodbye. Kinal Mistry, young, full of life. Kinal was home for medical treatment. Her last moments caught on camera, waving to her parents.
और उसका अगले साल एक्सीडेंट हो गया था इंडिया में ही. फिर उसका वर्क परमिट था, उसको जाना ही पड़ता था, तो उसका ट्रीटमेंट पूरा नहीं हुआ था, तो ये ट्रीटमेंट के लिए वापस आई थी. उसका 7 या 8 टीथ निकल गया था, तो इम्प्लांट करवाया, तो पूरा दांत उसका नया लगवाया था.
Labu Ben and Ramesh Bhai Thakkar were flying to London to meet their son. Today, that son is waiting with a DNA form in his hand. A family from Rajasthan's Banswara, a doctor couple and their 3 adorable children. This wasn't just another trip. They were starting over their life in London. They never got that chance. And then the most haunting image of all. 8-month-old Muhammad Ibrahim brought in to give a DNA sample to help identify his father. Ibrahim, too young to even understand the loss.
वो उनकी फ्लाइट अगले हफ्ते थी और वो इस हफ्ते उनका मतलब जाने का था उनके हस्बैंड का, तो बस यहाँ ड्रॉप करना है हम और within few minutes पता लगा कि ये हादसा हुआ है.
12 cabin crew were also killed in the line of duty. Captain Sumit Sabarbhal, Aparna Mahadik, Deepak Pathak, Sainita Chakravarti, Nagantho Kong Brela Patnam Sharma, Roshni Songare, Rajendra, Shraddha Dhawan, Maithili Patil, Irfan Sheikh, Lamnun Themsingson and Manisha Thapa.
दोपहर को मालूम पड़ा जब दुर्घटना घटी उस टाइम हम लोग घर में थे, तो पता चलने के बाद हम लोग बोले चलो देखते किसका क्या है. उसमें देखा तो मेरे लड़की का नाम. हाँ,
हमारी सोसाइटी में जो है एयर इंडिया के काफ़ी पायलट्स और क्रू मेंबर्स रहते हैं और हम लोग जो है नीचे वॉक करते समय या जो सोसाइटी के सार्वजनिक कार्यक्रम होते हैं उसमें एक दूसरे को मिलते थे, एक दूसरे को जानते थे. जैसे ये घटना घटी और उसके बाद जैसे अपर्णा का फोटो आया, मुझे ऐसा लगा कि हमारे कोई जान पहचान वाले एक्सपायर हुए हैं. हमने फ़ोन करके तो पता किया और पूरी सोसाइटी को ऐसा लग रहा है कि सोसाइटी का कोई अपना चला गया है.
From Bakola to Agra, Kangpoki to Mumbai, homes now filled with silence. 241 faces, 241 stories. They were loved, they were awaited, they had plans. And together they leave behind a question that haunts India. How could this happen? With Malvika, Bureau Report, NDTV.
Those shattering images of Flight 171 going down in Ahmedabad will never ever be forgotten. People are still looking at them here in India and across the world. Well, today I spoke to someone who's actually been in the cockpit of this very aircraft as a pilot, a former Air India pilot who retired just last year, just a few months ago, a 787 pilot with India's national carrier, now owned by Tata, who actually sat in VT A and B, the very same Boeing 787, the same airframe that crashed in this terrible tragedy. And I asked him many questions about what it is like to fly an aircraft of this kind, what went through his mind when he heard about the tragedy, and how pilots actually train for the kind of devastating situations that they are often thrown into. This is the first time on television that a pilot who has flown the same aircraft that crashed in Ahmedabad yesterday is live on television. This is that conversation. Ever since the terrible aviation disaster involving Air India Flight 171 that was scheduled from Ahmedabad to Gatwick in London, you've heard from a variety of aviation experts. All of them have had credible views here on NDTV, but we place a very special emphasis on those who've been literally in the cockpit and those, especially pilots, who've actually faced emergencies of this kind. And now on NDTV, for the first time on television since the Flight 171 tragedy, we have someone who has not only flown the 787 aircraft, but actually flew 787 aircraft for Air India itself until as recently as last year. Captain Rakesh Rai is with us on this special broadcast. We've got a lot of questions and area to cover, but I want to emphasize this once again, that Captain Rakesh Rai, standing here on this broadcast, flew the exact kind of aircraft for the same airline until last year. And there couldn't be a better person to help us navigate the difficult unanswered questions of what happened to Flight 171. I'm going to start straight off with you, Captain Rai, with those two videos of the crash that have come out. These are the only two videos that have come out so far in public. You have flown the exact same kind of aircraft with the same airline, Air India. What did you make of these two videos? What do they tell you, sir?
Namaskar and Jai Hind. Basically, the video indicates that the takeoff was a very normal takeoff. Nothing unusual about the takeoff.
Nothing abnormal.
Nothing abnormal about the takeoff. His rate of rotation and the way he has climbed up is very normal. But something has gone wrong towards maybe an altitude of 400 to 500 feet, and the momentum has taken the aircraft to about 600.
At this point?
At this point,
yeah.
The most surprising aspect of this takeoff is that the undercarriage has not been retracted. What happens in a normal takeoff is that the moment you start rotating the aircraft for takeoff and the aircraft has left the ground, the instruments indicate a positive rate of climb.
Right.
So the co-pilot or the pilot monitoring gives a call, positive rate. The pilot flying cross-checks that there has been a positive rate, and he gives a call, gear up.
Yeah, for the landing gear to be retracted.
To be retracted.
Yeah.
That is for the purpose of performance of the aeroplane. All this happens within a height of, say, about 50 to 100 feet.
Right.
This procedure
literally seconds after liftoff.
Yes, this procedure is completed. But here what you see, the undercarriage has not been retracted at all.
Yeah. Much clearer in that first video.
Yeah. So that raises a lot of questions as to what could be the reason behind the undercarriage not being retracted.
What does it tell you? Specific?
You see, we can only speculate. The actual reason behind that will come out only in the DFDR.
Yes.
One could be that a bird hit has taken place. Both the pilots have been taken aback.
But that has apparently been ruled out, is what we're hearing. Yeah.
Okay. So, but I'm just giving you the reason. So, but a bird hit has happened. Both the pilots have been taken aback by what has happened. And in the process, they have forgotten to raise the undercarriage. The second thing could be that there has been a sudden loss of power. And it has distracted everyone so much that in the process, the gear has not been raised. And the third, very unlikely scenario is that when the captain said gear up, the first officer or the co-pilot, instead of raising the gear, has retracted the flaps.
Flaps, yeah.
Retraction of flaps will result in immediate loss of lift.
Yes.
And with the gear down, the thrust will not be able to cope up with the drag being created. So the aircraft will not be able to climb. So these could be a few of the scenarios, but it would be very wrong on my part to say that, okay.
No, I understand. And I want to put out this disclaimer that Captain Rai is someone who has literally flown the 787 for Air India, but this is only in the realm of discussion. The truth will only come out after an investigation. And the black box has just been retrieved as well, so that investigation has begun. My second question to you, Captain Rai, is, sitting in the cockpit, and you know what it's like sitting in that 787 cockpit. If an error of this kind, theoretically, we are not saying any errors have been made, but if an error like, retracting the flaps instead of the landing gear happened, wouldn't the flight control computer or, the safety features on the aircraft disallow something like that because it is programmed to keep the aircraft in that lift-off configuration?
See, there is a flight protection available, but that is only in the cruise at high speeds for inadvertent deployment of flaps. But for retraction of flaps, there is no such thing. There are only gates.
That's very important.
There are only gates available. Say you are at flaps 5 and you want to go to flaps 1, flaps up, then at flaps 1 position, there is a gate. So the movement has to be a deliberate movement to cross that gate and go to flaps 1. That is the only protection provided.
Captain Rai, a lot of debate. People seem to diverge on whether this very grainy set of images from these two crash videos suggests that the flaps were retracted or extended. Are you able to tell from these pictures whether they are extended or retracted?
See, I personally went onto the YouTube and took a screenshot and zoomed it. It's not possible.
You can't tell.
You can't tell. No
okay.
way.
So let's leave that aside for the moment. What can you tell us about the engines from these two videos? Because bird hit has been ruled out according to every expert we've spoken to about this. But there is obviously a catastrophic drop in thrust and lift where the aircraft, instead of continuing to climb, the 787, which you have flown and you've been in this exact situation, suddenly levels out and then falls.
See,
what could have happened to the engines?
If there is a loss of thrust, even partial loss of thrust, because of various reasons, could be a software glitch, could be a, kind of a stall for some reason. this partial loss of thrust also can result into catastrophic situation because the gear is down. That's very important. The gear down is actually acting like a speed brake.
Right.
It's not allowing speed to build up. And if the speed is not building up, the lift is not there.
Yeah.
And if the lift is not there, aircraft will continue sinking.
In fact, I want to draw your attention to these two images.
Yeah.
This says retracted, but that doesn't appear to be the case. At least we cannot say so definitely. This is what a 787, which we've flown, looks like when the flaps are extended in a takeoff configuration.
Correct.
This is the ill-fated 787 of Air India that crashed in Ahmedabad. But you cannot tell here whether they are extended or retracted.
No way. It's so grainy.
It's too grainy.
Very difficult. And because of the attitude of the aeroplane, it's about 15 degrees nose up, you see more of the wing area. So it's difficult to ascertain whether the flaps are down or not. If the aircraft was in this attitude, you could make out that the flaps are down. But if it's a 15 degrees up attitude,
you can see the entire surface area of the wing.
You can see the plan form of the wing. So it's difficult to analyze whether the flaps are down or not.
Now I want to come to the engines themselves. Let's go back to the crash videos. People have been talking about how it's possible that one engine had failed, and this was flying on a single engine, and maybe the second engine was also erroneously shut down. But then you can hear the sounds of the engine, especially in that first video. What are your views on that? What are the engine protocols, sir?
See, if an engine fails, there are memory items to be carried out. And if there is a severe damage to the engine, one of the memory items is to shut down that engine. Fuel control switch cut off. That is one of the actions. There is a possibility that instead of switching off the dead engine, somebody switches off the live engine.
By mistake?
By mistake, it can happen. So then both engines have failed and the height is not sufficient to relight and go ahead. I'm not saying that that is the scenario here, but that's a possibility.
No, but we trust your words because you've been in that seat.
That's a possibility that this can happen, that the wrong engine has been switched off. If the wrong engine has been switched off, there is no time available at that altitude to recover.
It's just too low.
It's just too low. There is no sufficient. Now, the first question, in the first scenario, when we talked about that the flaps have been retracted inadvertently, if the aeroplane had sufficient height, maybe 1,000 feet, the flaps can again be selected and a situation recovered.
So this was this then a case of simply not having enough time? Let us assume for a moment that some errors may have been made. We're not saying that definitively, but let us assume for a moment that some errors were made. Is it a question of the 787 pilots simply not having time to correct what may have happened or respond to the emergency?
See, the takeoff roll itself, with that kind of heavy weight and that kind of high temperature in Ahmedabad, would have taken about between 20 to 30 seconds. The whole crash has happened from the wheels roll up to 59 seconds. So if the aircraft gets airborne around 30 seconds, the pilot has precisely 25 seconds to react.
In fact, we counted the amount of time from the moment the aircraft lifts off till impact up to roughly 32 seconds, sir. So 32 seconds, half a minute.
So that's all. Half a minute is very less time to react. And that also, one has to keep in mind, it will take about 3 to 4 seconds for the pilot to understand what has happened. So that time also you need to reduce from that 25 seconds. So it becomes just about 20 seconds. In 20 seconds to react and recover the situation, extremely difficult. And one has to understand this. Speed was 170 knots, that's 320 kilometers per hour. Aircraft is moving fast for any ground transport thing. A lot of ground is being covered in that much of speed. So 20 seconds for anybody to react and recover the situation with gear down, very difficult.
No, it is at the same time terrifying as well as, one is filled with admiration for pilots and, bless their souls, as we talk about, the departed and all of these people, including the brave crew of this aircraft. At what point in this, we're saying 825 feet because that's what came on some of the flight mapping software. But as you said, the altitude may have been far less, maybe about 300, 400, 500 feet.
625 feet.
625 feet. Okay, about 200 feet less than we're saying. At what point would that Mayday call have gone out, sir? At that time when the aircraft is sort of leveling out and starting to descend?
It could have been at the time when the pilot realized whatever wrong has happened. Whatever wrong has happened.
Yeah.
When the aircraft was unable to gain further height and it has started going down, that is the time the call must have been given. Because then the aircraft is out of control.
Yeah.
He is not able to control the aeroplane. So he has given a call, Mayday. But after that, for anybody to help him or for anybody else
Which
to
is why they probably didn't respond when the air traffic
Absolutely,
control
because
called
he must
back.
have been busy handling the aeroplane.
Yeah. Yeah.
He must have been busy handling the aeroplane. And you can see the attitude of the aeroplane increasing because it's a natural instinct when the ground is rushing towards you.
To pull away from it.
You pull away from it trying to save yourself. Some people have also said that he has seen the building, medical college building, and he has raised the attitude to avoid hitting that. I don't think he would have seen the building because the altitude is so high.
Yeah.
The building would have been under his nose.
Correct.
So there is no way he can see the building.
Away from his field of vision.
Away from his field of vision.
It's, 32 seconds is such a, it's less than a minute, it's half a minute, and one is hard pressed to understand how many decisions the pilots would have had to take in that very limited time.
Between me and you in 32 seconds, how much of discussion can we have?
Exactly.
No, the co-pilot is sitting this side, he is flying, handling the emergency and consulting the co-pilot what needs to be done. There's no time.
Yeah.
There's no time.
In your training, Captain Rai, 787 training, and right now as we talk about this aircraft, and we've got pictures of the aircraft itself before this terrible tragedy, which photographers around the world have taken pictures of that, the VT A and B. I wonder if you have maybe flown this aircraft.
I've flown this airplane.
You have flown this aircraft. Okay, let's put pictures of that aircraft on our screen. We've got images that have been captured in various air shows, in various airports around the country of this particular aircraft that you have flown yourself.
I've flown Dreamliner for 12 years.
And this particular airframe also you've flown? You've flown this aircraft as well. Okay. While we wait, there you have it. This is the aircraft, and you're saying there's definitely something that you have flown. And we've collated some of these images. So before I move to my next question, I just wanted to wonder how you felt when you heard about this. I mean, because we do understand that there is a man-machine connection. You do feel a connection to the aircraft that you fly.
Absolutely.
You're not flying the same aircraft every time, but you're actually telling us here on NDTV that you've flown this very aircraft.
I must have flown it many times.
Yeah.
See, this aeroplane is technologically the most advanced passenger aeroplane in the world.
Yeah.
It's very sophisticated. When you fly this aeroplane, even with 42 years of flying experience, I used to watch how the aeroplane does things. It was like magic.
Yeah.
It was like space age technology. Beautiful aeroplane, amazing aeroplane to fly. And because of that, you start loving the aeroplane, the man-machine thing. And on top of that, Sumit Sabharwal is a very good friend.
Yeah.
I've flown with him many times. Very nice person, very soft-spoken, very down-to-earth person. Losing a close friend, losing a beautiful machine, and of course losing so many passengers is very heartbreaking.
In your training on 787s, Captain Rai, are you trained to respond and given a checklist of things you can do in such situations? Because from my understanding in pilot training, even the most extreme situations are catered for and trained for on simulators and things like that. Would something like this have figured in your training?
Absolutely. Let's first get on to the history of checklist.
Yeah.
The doctors in their operation theatre, they also have a checklist. And their checklist is actually inspired by cockpit checklist. Not many people are aware of this. They have copied this, procedure from us.
Yeah. And just to be specific, we're talking about the actual crash, that kind of scenario. So we'll put that video back on the wall. Yeah.
Yeah. So in the simulator, at least twice a year, all of us are given emergencies. And simulator is like real life thing.
Yeah.
If you can fly the simulator, it's called a 0-hour simulator. It means if you can fly the simulator, you can straight sit in the aeroplane and fly the aeroplane. It is so realistic. So in the simulator, you can simulate any kind of emergency, any kind of weather condition, anything. So we are made to practice different kinds of emergencies.
Including this kind of emergency?
Absolutely.
And what is the standard operating procedure for something like this?
Like I told you, the gear down is the biggest thing in this whole crash. The gear was down, and that has most likely created most of the problem in the aeroplane. In the simulator, the standard operating procedure, like I said, positive rate gear up. And after that, everything happens. So in the simulator, we are given all kinds of emergencies, engine fire, engine failure, engine severe damage, and we take action accordingly. But training on 2 engines failing at the same time, I don't think it's being done, because that possibility is 1 in millions.
So this is rarest of the rare we're talking about potentially.
Potentially. If both the engines are failed, it's one of the rarest of the rare.
Yeah.
The only parallel to this was Sully.
Yeah.
Yeah. When he landed in Hudson, both engines failed because of a bird hit. But both engines failing at the same time is a very rare thing. Previous to that was the British Airways 747 when entered into volcanic ash when all 4 engines failed. So this is a very, very rare phenomena.
Yeah.
If it has happened.
Yeah. You know, Captain Rai, the Boeing 787 is not a very old aircraft. It was introduced in 2011. There are over 1,000 flying right now. Air India is one of the largest operators. And as you described at the beginning, this is a high performance, beautiful, advanced aircraft. The pilots and crew were highly qualified, very experienced, flying personnel in the cockpit as well. The public will be wondering, the flying public will be wondering, such a sophisticated aircraft, such an amazingly experienced crew, a series of things must have gone catastrophically wrong for something like this to happen, because aviation safety is built on redundancies. If one thing fails, there will always be another thing to back it up like a safety net. So for something like this to happen, it must have been a terrible, perfect storm of, perhaps cascading failures.
It's always a chain of events.
Yeah.
In any kind of accidents, it's always a chain of events. A lot of things happen, one after another. So, to say that air transportation is not safe is not correct.
Yeah.
There was a study, I was just reading about that a passenger, if he has to meet a fatal accident, he has to fly for 1,300,000 years continuously to meet with a fatal accident.
Yeah.
That's the probability. So
and the probability is obviously exponentially higher for a road accident or something
much
like that.
higher.
Yeah.
Much higher. I mean, there's no comparison.
Yeah.
So if people get scared because of these kind of accidents that air travel is not safe, is absolutely wrong. Air travel is one of the safest mode of transportation. People don't need to worry about it. This is one of a kind. It's just a fluke kind of a thing. It's not to be taken into consideration. You can fly safe and you can fly happy. There is no problem.
Final 2 questions, Captain Rai, as we come to a close on this, because, I don't want to over-speculate also, because now we are waiting on the findings from that black box. The Tata Sons chairman has also talked about how they are committed to total transparency once they have an understanding of what may have happened. But how crucial is this phase right now? The crash site of where this happened has been mapped, the debris being recovered. We have images of the tail where the Prime Minister also visited today, which apparently contained that black box, has been recovered. This is that picture as well. What happens next, if you can tell us just a little bit, as far as the investigation is concerned?
See, the flight data recorder will be decoded. Depending upon what they find in the flight data recorder at what stage, if in the earlier stage itself they find something which is incriminating evidence, then they will come to some conclusion, this is what has happened. Otherwise, it can take as long as 5 to 6 months to finally come to a conclusion what exactly has happened. So it depends what kind of conversation the pilots have had. Based on that, they can find out what could have gone wrong. They can look at that part and see and come to a conclusion. So to say that it can the results can come out in 1 week or in 1 month or in 6 months is difficult.
Final question then. At this point of time, the 787, the aircraft, in these pictures, in this terrible accident, you've spent a portion of your career flying these amazing aircraft as well. there is a sense that there could be, depending on what the findings are, if they are very serious findings and are not just specific to this particular accident, which happens to be the first of the 787 type, then it could have a larger effect. There may be possible fleet groundings. It could have an international ramification as well. What is your hunch as a pilot? Do you think that's a possibility? Because it's important to emphasize this is the first accident of this aircraft since it was introduced in 2011.
See, I was a military pilot before this.
Yeah.
And even in the Air Force, if an accident took place, at times the whole fleet was grounded to carry out checks on each and every aeroplane. Similarly here, if any incident takes place, like the DGCA that we just heard on the news, that DGCA has come out with certain number of checks to be carried out. So those checks are mandatory checks to rule out certain possibilities. At the accident site, they may have noticed something because of which they want certain checks to be carried out. And if something concrete comes out, Boeing is, not averse to grounding the whole fleet and carry out all checks before the aeroplane gets airborne again.
Final question, Captain Rai, before I let you go, because this is valuable and it helps us really understand a view from the cockpit. You know, we use that phrase loosely, but yours really is a view from the cockpit. So I will end by asking you this. You know, we hear about flights, we hear about, aviation in general, largely when it is bad news, and I'm talking about in this context, accidents or collisions or, a ground incident at an airport. There must be an entire world of emergencies in the air that are never reported, where pilots are really earning their training and doing what they've been trained to do to get out of sticky situations, which never sort of make it to the news or to the public. Tell us about at least one of those. You don't need to go into specifics, but you must have.
That's a very good question you asked, and I was hoping that you asked this question. When an accident takes place, in this accident, the pilot has paid with his life. In other emergencies, when the pilot is found at fault, he is penalized straight away. But I'm yet to come across an incident where the pilot has handled the emergency very well and saved lives. There has been no reward or award.
Tell us about one of yours.
That's taken for granted that he is supposed to do that. So the company and the aviation authority want me to take this aeroplane from Delhi to London and tell me, dude, don't make a mistake. You make a mistake, we'll hang you. But they never say that you do a good job, we'll reward you.
Very true. I understand what you mean, and it is.
Fortunately, it's God's grace that I haven't landed up in any very serious situation. But I have lots of friends in Air India who have handled emergencies beautifully. Amazing handling of the situation. But the regulators haven't even come out with a letter of appreciation. This needs to be rectified.
And I know it does happen in the military, but it doesn't happen in civil aviation.
Absolutely.
As someone who covers defense myself, I hear you, and I know what you're talking about, and I hope
you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. I'm glad you know about it.
Hear about it. No, because on Republic Day, Independence Day, we do hear about heroism in aircraft that is decorated and recognized and felicitated by the president and the government.
Absolutely.
This is something perhaps that should happen to airline pilots as well.
It's a big morale booster.
And I hope that this conversation will be the beginning of that. Some kind of action maybe.
Hopefully.
And I promise you here on NDTV, we will take it to the government and see that something like this actually reflects.
Thank you so
Captain
much.
Rakesh Rai, has been an honor and a pleasure. Thank you for helping us navigate this incredible story. Flight 171's investigation is continuing. It has only just begun, and we will remain on the story and provide you with every single factual update. Thanks for watching. Air India plane crash in Ahmedabad, India's latest aviation disaster. India responds to the tragedy. Facts first, 100% ground reports.
Under this is the tail,
And this is just one of the buildings that will give you an idea of the quantum of loss.
24 to 48 hours is the deadline that has been given for the DNA testing.
Maximum reporters, maximum coverage on NDTV.
गोल्ड प्लस ऑप्टिमिस्टिक रिफ्लेक्टिव ग्लास लगाओ, धूप की गर्मी को दूर भगाओ और बिजली का बिल भी बचाओ।
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years. I bring in-depth and trace.
Thank you very much for being on this special episode 7 of our defense podcast, Control Alt Defense. We're deviating ever so slightly into the country's biggest story right now, the Air India Flight 171 tragedy. There are many technological things to talk about, and as you know, if you've been watching this podcast, we do delve into those issues very deeply. But Vishnu and I today have decided to not do pure defense today, but we both felt, as people invested in issues of aviation, in issues of aircraft, as people who've tracked airlines and aviation for a very long time, we thought it was an important time to devote some attention to a complex issue, Vishnu. This is a serious and sad time
one as well. Yeah, it is.
And we obviously start this episode by, extending our deepest condolences to all of the families of the affected, both in the aircraft, on the ground, and across countries, really. And it's a sad time. And Vishnu, I know you've covered many of these air tragedies and disasters. I know for a fact that you covered the Charkhi Dadri disaster as well, many decades ago. Today we're talking about this, Vishnu, because at the time we are recording this episode, the black box of flight AI 171 has been retrieved from the tail section of the aircraft. Complex issue because that is going to be key to the analysis of why this aircraft crashed. There are those two, horrifying videos of the actual crash that took place. But let's start by, acknowledging that a crash investigation is a complicated, oftentimes a very meticulous and painstaking exercise. This time, hopefully things will happen a little sooner. But with the black box being recovered, let's first break down the components. What's inside the black box, Vishnu?
So the black box, firstly, is not black.
Yeah.
The black box is either pink or it's orangish in color, and there's a reason for that. It has to be reflective. It has to be something which investigators can actually see. It catches their eye. It's designed to do that amidst all the debris. Number one. So it's not a black box. It's anything but black. There are two components primarily of a black box. There is a DFDR, which is a digital flight data recorder, and then there is a cockpit voice recorder or a CVR. These two components are located very close to each other, and in the case of the Boeing 787, they are located in the tail segment of the aircraft in an enclosed space which is hardened to ensure that the DFDR and the CVR, in other words, the black box, survives a crash.
Right.
That's the basis of it. And I can talk more if you like about it.
No, absolutely.
It's likely to be a Honeywell system in the 787, right? And these two systems, when they work together in modern aircraft, in simple terms, are almost plug and play.
Yeah.
This is solid state recording, equipment, which it's essentially a sophisticated hard drive.
Yeah.
Separate ones, one for the audio conversations between the pilots.
Yeah.
That's
I'll come into the separate aspects of each in just a moment. But you've spoken about where these are situated.
Yeah.
And as we saw, the tail section of the aircraft was completely destroyed.
Yes.
The tail section, one part of it near intact was, on the roof. And in fact, as we speak, we understand that those, squads on the roof are trying to shift that away from there for more forensic examination. Let's go one by one in those two components that you just named. The DFDR, which stands for Digital Flight Data Recorder. That is where all criteria, measurements, performance of the aircraft, I'm assuming all of that on a second-by-second basis across the duration of this flight. And this flight lasted 32 seconds.
That's it,
Vishnu. From takeoff till impact was 32 seconds. So I'm assuming that 32 seconds of flight data will be in that recorder?
Much more than that, in fact. Firstly,
Including from the ground.
if you look at the cockpit voice recorder, I'll talk about the DFDR also.
Okay. Yeah.
It could be, depending on the exact variant of the Honeywell system used on this aircraft, be recording the cockpit voice conversation for a period of 2 hours, after which it auto-deletes and then it starts recording again. But if there's another more sophisticated variant, which I believe is the case, then it would be 25 plus hours of their conversations which are recorded of pilots and then scrubbed over. In terms of the DFDR, or the Digital Flight Data Recorder, it records, as I understand it, more than 1,000 parameters on every aspect of the flight. So, for example, what we can establish in this case is that there was a loss of thrust in the engines, the Gen X engines on board, the General Electric engines on board this aircraft, each developing 70,000 pounds of thrust. Mysteriously, there appears to have been no thrust coming out of either of those engines, or even if there was, it wasn't enough, obviously, to sustain flight. Why is that the case? The DFDR is going to have details about that, second by second data about the where exactly the thrust lever of the aircraft was, how much the fuel consumption at that particular point was, the actual airspeed corresponding to the position of the thrust levers at that stage, where exactly they may have been in the runway, right? Upwards of 1,000 criteria. And I'm just talking about the throttle quadrant at this stage, and I'm talking about the performance of the engine. There's the entire performance of the fuel flow that it'll be looking at. They'll be looking at the overall hydraulic systems, of which there are dozens of specific hydraulic systems. Why is that important? Because it's the hydraulic system on this fly-by-wire aircraft. I'll also talk about fly-by-wire platforms, but it's the hydraulic system on this fly-by-wire aircraft which has a role in the performance of the flaps. Why is this important? Because the flaps are important surfaces on the wings of the aircraft, and this determines the performance of the aircraft during its landing or its takeoff. And there is speculation, fairly intense speculation, on the basis of the photographs and the videos which have emerged, that the flap configuration wasn't necessarily in a takeoff configuration. In other words, if it was retracted, and if that was the case, and it was potentially a single engine takeoff because there was a problem with the other engine, then that could have been a contributing factor, if not the factor, which resulted in a crash. Again, we are just putting out what others have said. This is not definitive by any means.
So,
and so many other parameters shift.
Yeah, okay. We'll talk about a few of those parameters because, for the purposes of this quick discussion on the black box since its recovery, those might actually be key to analyzing what may have happened. But I want to quickly talk about the cockpit voice recorder for a moment. We know for a fact that a Mayday call went out approximately 18 seconds after liftoff. And after that, there was a call from the air traffic control, but there was no response from the flight's cockpit for reasons that may not be difficult to understand. But the cockpit voice recorder, Vishnu, will have all cockpit communications as an audio file on the black box, on the CVR, which investigators can now listen to?
You know why I'm looking at my phone? Because I think it is interesting. When the initial press release came out, there was information from government sources which indicated that the pilot had said Mayday, which indicates a dire emergency on the aircraft. But given the fact that there was only 32 odd seconds that the plane was in the air, that's all that they could communicate. In a situation like that, remember, for all pilots across all aircraft, the role is to aviate, communicate, and then navigate. Aviate, navigate, and then communicate. The last thing you do is communicate. Why? Because your priority is to fly the thing.
Fly the plane,
you talk later on.
Plane,
in a situation like that, 30 seconds, the plane has stopped flying, it's stalling at that juncture. You're trying to fix things. You don't have to go beyond Mayday.
It stopped climbing and it's,
However, there is the Spectator Index, which is often very reliable in terms of news, which says that they have got information saying that the pilot said more than Mayday. What did the pilot say? Mayday, no thrust, losing power, unable to lift. That's a reasonably long statement for pilots in that situation, but perhaps one of the pilots did say that. Now, if that is the case, then you're talking about the CVR, the cockpit voice recorder, that would be in that. And if this is true, right, it clearly establishes that the pilots did not have power on the engines. Why, they do not know. We are losing power. That also establishes that there was power, but it's coming down. There obviously was power because as that plane barreled down the runway to a speed of approximately 174 knots, right, it was okay. They crossed that decision point, which is called V1. They rotated
Up
over
until
there.
that point, everything was okay.
It took off. Shiv, the plane took off. And then there was a catastrophic loss of power, presumably on both engines. And if it was just one engine, then we're looking at a one-engine scenario where the plane hasn't climbed out. Why is it not climbed out? Again, could it be because of improper flap configuration? The cockpit voice recorder will record the conversation between the pilots. Now, that is a critical part of it. But you know, many of our viewers will say that, no, but you know, that's it. That's the key point that we want. No, in fact, the DFDR, the Digital Flight Data Recorder, has a lot more in terms of data, which would be far more definitive than what the cockpit, what the pilots in the cockpit are saying. Why? Because the pilots may be thinking something, but if the aircraft is performing in a particular way or malfunctioning in a particular way, what they're communicating may not be what's happening to the aircraft. So if there are errors in the aircraft from multiple systems, I've just named a few of them. The electrical systems, for example, could easily be involved in something like this. Those are data points and error messages which are recorded in the DFDR. It's just downloaded. And I just hope and pray, Shiv, that it's not damaged. Because there are protocols and ways to ensure that data can still be retrieved from a damaged DFDR, but and black box, as it were. But I just hope that that's not the case.
I hope so too. And what gives me hope in this is, if you remember the 2009 Air France crash, Flight 447 in the Atlantic.
Months, right?
There was months. I think it was actually a year or so later that submarines found the black box. About 6 kilometers deep, and they had a full picture of what happened in that terrifying flight. Vishnu, there are key parts of the aircraft that will tell a large part of this story. The engines are most certainly going to be one of them. I'm guessing control surfaces, some of the other things you talked about as well. If there are 1,000 criteria, airspeed, angle of attack, all of these things that are recorded down to the minutest details, second by second, a digital map for investigators that they are potentially looking at even as we speak right now, because I'm assuming, without trying to simplify things, that a black box is ultimately a sort of plug-and-play device.
It is a plug-and-play device. Assuming it's working.
Which means, assuming it's working, which means, give us a sense of what the black box would tell investigators about the engines, for instance.
It would tell you where, at the exact point at which it started not thrusting. Right? Was it one engine or was it both engines? Was there, the application of the thrust levers, whether they were, equal, whether there was differentiated thrust which was actually being applied. That would seem odd, perhaps not applicable in this case because the plane was sort of flying directly. Did the pilots, when power started going down or at any stage of the flight, apply TOGA, or that's to go around power, or maximum power? Because remember, in several cases, you do not necessarily take off with maximum power. The management system of the aircraft, in order for airlines to ensure that fuel is saved, take into account the weight of the aircraft, the runway conditions, the temperature, which has a huge bearing on the performance of the aircraft, and offers an optimal solution whereby you can actually use thrust only to a certain extent, save fuel in the process, and take off safely. But in a scenario like that, and we don't know what mode the pilots were actually using, if there is any problem which takes place, all you need to do is either push a button on the throttle quadrant or just slam it, right, all the way down for an instant delivery of power. It's not quite instant. In the case of jet engines, it takes a couple of seconds for this to spool up, unlike propeller-driven and turboprop aircraft, where the availability of power is much more instant. So this is a factor in jet engines we need to take into account.
Am I right in saying, when we watch that, that CCTV video of the entire sequence of takeoff and crash, the point at which the engines are clearly failing to lift the aircraft and it starts to sort of level out and then
comes
descend.
down like this.
The question I want to ask you is, am I right in saying that with black box data, DFDR and CVR data, investigators for the first time don't just have a unidimensional video of what happened, but they get to juxtapose that video now with all of these multiple layers of data. When those engines were failing or appearing to not provide enough thrust, they get to see what airspeed was, they get to see what was happening in the cockpit, they can listen to it. The black box will tell them about angle of attack, altitude, and all manner of other things that are not visible in that video.
It'll be much simpler than that in this particular case in terms of primary information, because if it's not simpler, then we'll talk about the next scenario, which gets far more grim, not just for Indian aviation, but Dreamliner operators around the world. If it is a simple scenario, what are we looking at to clear errors? Was there an improper application of the flaps? Was it not in a correct flap setting, right? If it wasn't a correct flap setting, then why is it that the aircraft didn't climb? Would that therefore mean that there was a twin engine out scenario? Why would there ever be a twin engine out scenario on an aircraft which has fantastic engines? There's never been a fatal accident ever before.
Yeah, this was the first accident of
That's right. Was there a scenario where, for example, there was a single engine which went out for whatever the reason that may have been there? And in a scenario like that, instead of switching off the malfunctioning engine, one of the pilots accidentally switched off the functioning engine. There have been crashes which have happened in the past.
There are some experts who
because
said
of that.
it's a possibility.
All right, so that's another factor that you're looking at. There are a couple of other scenarios as well, but I think you will know this instantly and start ruling out what has not taken place. What was the rate of fuel flow? Was there a horrific problem in the fuel system of the aircraft? There is also this entire business about contamination of fuel, which I don't think would necessarily be something which would be of concern, because there are other aircraft as well at that airport which have landed, taken off from there as well. Fuel is tested in terms of its quality before each and every flight, but perhaps there would be parameters on the rate of fuel flow. That's something that they'd want to know. And of course, the flap setting, which I've already discussed. There's one more factor, Shiv, and just before you come in. When an aircraft takes off and it is in a single engine configuration, so you've lost one engine, it's hot, you're a fully loaded aircraft, what you do is you retract the undercarriage, you raise the undercarriage. Why? You want to make the aircraft more responsive, more aerodynamic in that situation. But rather than retract the undercarriage or raise the undercarriage, has there been a mistake where the flaps have in fact been retracted instead? This is hypothetical, we don't know any better. This is what the digital flight data record will instantly tell you.
So I'm glad you mentioned that, because that comes to one of my final points on this quick discussion, which is that the flight data recorder and the cockpit voice recorder, and more the DFDR, will be able to pinpoint and separate the idea of technical faults, mechanical faults, machines being the reason, and what
pilot
you're
error?
Suggesting, which is pilot error.
It could well be both.
It can be a combination of both.
100%.
But the black box will be able to
It'll
situate
tell you
that.
everything that went wrong. And then researchers go through the data and they come out with a conclusion. Now, here's the second part, which I was referring to earlier on, and we need to mention it. The world of Dreamliner operators, there are more than 1,000 Dreamliners out there, are looking, I think it's more than 1,000, I stand corrected.
1,116 aircraft flying right now.
Dreamliners?
Yeah, Dreamliners.
Great. More than 1,000 Dreamliners in the world, every single operator waiting to see if there is a larger concern on the Dreamliner or whether this is an Air India specific problem related to this particular aircraft. Because if there is a larger problem, then you know what that means. It means that there is the potential of Dreamliners elsewhere in the world being grounded. We've seen that in the case of the Boeing 737 MAX 8 aircraft, when of course there was a massive design failure associated with a separate system which pilots were not trained adequately to deal with, the MCAS system. Won't talk about that on this particular episode. But the Dreamliner hasn't had any such problems. I mean, they've had problems with their lithium-ion battery earlier on in the day. It was a battery which was being developed in Japan. But then to ensure the safety of that battery, because they needed a certain power, they needed the battery to generate a certain, given the electrical systems on board, a certain wattage. So they had a fairly large battery, potentially combustible. It was put into a strengthened structure, and that's what airlines around the world. Apart from that, there have not really been too many problems per se. There have been concerns about construction qualities on the aircraft. In one of the two Boeing plants, there was a documentary which actually came out. But no, there has not been any fatal crash so far. But if there is something, right, which the DFDR and the CVR doesn't turn up with, that's when we get into a scenario where not just Air India fleets get grounded, but potentially, you get an international fleet grounding, which means that international civil aviation is going to be massively hit.
Last two questions, Vishnu. People often wonder, in this hyper-connected age that we live in, why can't live data of aircraft performance be beamed back to airlines or to operators or to airports? Why don't all aircraft have it? Explain that then.
There's a system called ACARS, which is what this particular aircraft is equipped with. And all day through the day, I've been reaching out to Air India and I've been asking whether the ACARS, which is essentially a communication system on aircraft such as the Boeing 787,
that's streaming live data,
and the 78 and the 777 as well, whether it has been configured to relay on a real-time basis information on key flight parameters, including potential errors that the flight is throwing up on a real-time basis to Air India ground engineers and potentially to Boeing, the manufacturer of this aircraft as well, on a real-time basis. Because if that is the case, in the interest
of safety, right?
Pretty much. I mean, 100%.
Yeah.
If that is the case, right, and if Air India does have ACARS configured in this manner through what I believe to be a paid service, then Air India, moments after the crash, minutes after the crash, potentially Boeing also, minutes after the crash, would know what the error messages were and they would get a lead into what caused the crash. Obviously, it doesn't have a fraction of the data of the DFDR.
The actual black box,
right? But you would know. You really would.
That brings me to my last question on this episode, which is the black box is there in the hands of investigators. They probably plugged it in and looking at all the data coming out right now.
Shiv. Yeah.
Between now and the first levels of clarity as to what may have happened, how long does this analysis take? Or does it vary depending on what happens?
It completely varies. But they would get a preliminary idea of whether there is an obvious reason why this has taken place, a straightforward case of pilot error, a straightforward case of a mechanical problem in the aircraft, that rare scenario of a twin engine out, right? They would know whether that's taken place or not. But the underlying, and this is where a lot of these crash reports, which I read all of them, from around the world when I can, the underlying reasons often point to more than one factor.
Yeah.
A crash, Shiv, isn't why did the plane crash? The engine shut down. No. Why did the plane crash? The pilot made an error. A crash report goes into several circumstances. There is always more than one factor. There is a sequence of events. If it's a pilot error, how was the pilot trained? When was the pilot requalified? Was he or she requalified? How were they assessed? How did they do their simulator sessions? What were the simulator sessions in which they did well and they didn't do well? What is the psychological evaluation of this particular pilot? How have they risen up the structure within the airline? Were they cleared for command? Were they cleared for a particular post? How many hours do they have on the type? What is the manner in which they fly the aircraft? Have they done any hard landings? I can think of so many things. That's the pilot part of it.
Yeah.
There'd be many more factors as far as the mechanical. I mean, there are millions of parts on an aircraft like this.
Well,
so, all of that data would need to come out.
Very true. And it has begun.
That's when it takes time, Shiv, in terms of the report actually coming out.
Yeah.
Saying that, okay, we have the broad idea, but we have to, in our report, state the underlying reasons which have caused the crash, because it's only once you do that and you are duly diligent in coming out with the report that you prevent something. There's a learning experience, not just for your airline and your crew, whatever it is, but for airlines around the world.
The terrible loss of this tragedy is something that the families, the country, the aviation world is going to be dealing with for a very long time. The damage is done, the loss is irretrievable, Vishnu. And as we end this episode, let's only hope that the investigation is a quick one. There can be clarity, there can be closure. Transparency as well, because this is not just any crash. This is a crash that literally has international ramifications for civil aviation here in India. And we all know how civil aviation has been struggling post-COVID as well to make a comeback. But the hard questions need to be asked and answered. And we will continue to do that here on this podcast on NDTV as well. So Vishnu, this has been very illuminating. And Vishnu and I and our team will be continuing to shine the light on some of these more complex issues as we and a country begin one of the most complex, potentially, aircraft accident investigations. Thanks for watching.
Thank you very much.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
तू ही तो है जिसकी सच्चाई वाली क्लैरिटी की वजह से मैं आज यहाँ हूँ।
गोल्ड प्लस सिल्वॉक्सी मिरर्स, ऐसी क्लैरिटी कि आपको सिर्फ सच नजर आए, चाहे कितने भी साल बीत जाएं।
मैं नरेंद्र दामोदर दास मोदी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूँ कि एनडीए सरकार में हम
Air India plane crash in Ahmedabad, India's latest aviation disaster. India responds to the tragedy. Facts first, 100% ground reports.
Under this is the tail,
Here, and this is just one of the buildings that will give you an idea of the quantum of loss.
24 to 48 hours is the deadline that has been given for the DNA testing.
Maximum reporters, maximum coverage on NDTV.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're watching News Night. We are talking of 240 people who are dead. All these people were on board that Air India flight. There is just one survivor. We are talking of the Air India flight 171. Let's also bring up more pictures. Pictures that are speaking and asking a lot of questions tonight. This, remember, is a flight that came down just in a matter of seconds. But what brought this down? Was this a technical failure or there was something else? Tonight, the black box has been recovered. This is important because this holds the key to a lot more investigation from here on. Also, the aircraft's internal CCTV DVR that, remember, records a lot of what's going on in the plane has also been retrieved. These are vital devices that could unlock the truth behind the fatal crash. Now, clues are being pieced together even as we speak. Breakthroughs are expected sooner. There is no official word yet on what was the reason, what was the cause, what really happened. Even sabotage is not ruled out for the moment. You have top investigating teams, including the NIA, that is a National Investigative Agency, that are on the spot. They are picking up clues. They are looking through everything possible to answer that big question, what happened? Every angle, every possibility that is under scrutiny. And over the next 60 minutes, then, we bring you what really happened. We talk about the unanswered questions, the questions that continue to haunt this crash. Some answers for sure in the next 60 minutes. That is the promise, and you'll get the complete perspective in the next few minutes. I want to introduce our guests and our team of colleagues who've been tracking this story. And joining me also is Ankit, who's been there for the last many hours. He's been getting us a lot of these updates, a lot of those very dramatic pictures also, Ankit. I want to see if we can have Ankit on our screens, and also we'll introduce our panel of guests, Ankit. But first up, the critical question that everyone has been asking. We are playing out images of the moment of the crash. Nothing adds up, Ankit, nothing adds up. In the next few seconds, why don't you first up tell me what happened? Is that a question again that a lot of people have been asking?
It's still, a lot of people on the ground are still in disbelief that this could have happened, and especially the place where I'm standing right now. Many of them are happy about the fact that the plane crash took place few meters away from the house. I mean, they are counting their stars that it did not fall on their houses. It's a sinister way to think about it, but the fact is, remember, life is precious for a lot of people, and they are absolutely scared every time a plane goes over, because this is on the takeoff path off from the Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel International Airport. All of them still look towards the sky, and then they count their blessings. But the fact remains, while we still stand here, more than 24 hours since I reached first, yesterday at about 8:30 p.m. At this very spot. The air is still heavy, and it's still heavy with the stench of death hanging at what happened here. We'll talk in detail about the disbelief that these people had and questions that they have in their mind of how can a modern jetliner fall like that.
Oh yes, absolutely, Ankit. So what we'll do is we'll play out those questions. We'll play all those questions that people tonight have been asking. We've collated them. These are about 8 unanswered questions. I want to bring up first up the top question that we want to look at. What really happened to the flight Air India 171? What happened? That is the most important question. I also want to introduce a panel of guests joining us, because we'll keep moving, remember, between our team of reporters who are on ground zero right now. NDTV bringing to you the best eyes and ears on the ground, who've been speaking to people, speaking to a lot of experts, who are analyzing every video, every image, every detail that is coming out, and also helping you understand the big picture. I think we'll have Devesh Agarwal, who's an aviation expert, joining us, and also KVJ Rao, who's also an aviation expert and former crew member of Air India, and he's also a renowned whistleblower. Thank you to both of you gentlemen for your time here. We'll also have Manogya with us, and she's also on ground zero tracking this story. So is Ankit. We'll have Jitendra Dikshit also joining us. Manogya, before I come to you, I want to get in Devesh Agarwal very quickly to answer that first question. And in about 40 seconds, Devesh ji, I want you to help us understand what happened to Air India 171. What are your thoughts, sir?
There is no answer without the black box, because we are seeing the video. The plane takes off normally, it climbs normally, and then all of a sudden you can see it loses what's called lift. On an aircraft there are 4 forces: the forward force, the reverse force, which is called drag, and similarly the wing generates lift to lift the plane against gravity, which is pulling it down. It's as simple as that. For some reason the wings have lost lift because the plane is not moving forward, or the flaps, which are normally extended to increase the surface area of the wing so that it provides more lift at a lower speed. It's ultimately just like the fan on our ceiling. The faster the fan rotates, the more the air gets blown. Now, for some reason, the lift has been lost. Why it has been lost is the job of the investigation. That is where the black boxes are going to provide vital information. And one thing, let me also say, never in an aviation accident is there one single cause. It's always a series of events, causes happening, and that lead to whatever has ultimately transpired. So all I can request the viewers to say, please be patient. I expect within a week to maximum 2 weeks, we should get some kind of preliminary answer from the Air Accidents Investigation Board.
Okay, so you tell us, sir, that maybe in the next few days to the next few weeks is where we could have answers. And because you've spoken of the black box, I want to get our viewers quick information, not just about where the black box is found, but what happens next, with your permission. And we'll get back to our team of reporters and also our guests who continue to stay with us. So the black box has been found. This is significant. This is a big development that has been reported in the day. But what happens next? What will this lead to? Remember, there's going to be an analysis of all the flight data. This is what the information is going to get decoded here. Let's bring up a second important point as far as the story is concerned. All the analysis of the cockpit conversations. What was the pilot telling the ATC? What was that Mayday call about? Everything will be answered with the black box. Third important point, the scrutiny of the timing. When did that call go? What happened after that? What was the entire sequence of event? All answers again in the black box. And this will also have audio files of the entire flight. Significant. And like you've just heard our guest telling us that this is what will tell us what happened to the Air India flight and why did we have so many people losing their lives. Details of all the technical and human factor. Was there a technical glitch? Likely possible that we will have an answer to that, or was this a human error that points towards the pilot's error here? Again, we do not know, and we are just, remember, putting out plain, simple, basic facts for you to understand every part, every question that you have been thinking about. And what we'll do now is we'll bring our second important question. The second important question after what happened to Air India 171 is that why did we lose 241 people on board? What explains this? This is a tragedy like nothing else, the biggest aviation tragedy that we have seen in a long, long time. What explains this? I want to see if we can get in KVJ Rao here, who's again an aviation expert and a former crew member of Air India joining us. Mr. Rao, what is your assessment, sir? Why did we lose so many people? Why have we seen just one survivor in the entire incident?
Madam, you just mentioned, you spoke about the black box. Let me tell you, the black box, to put it rhetorically, is the Pandora's box. Once that is opened, decoded, we will come to know exactly where the problem lies. There are multiple factors that go in for an accident or an incident to take place. Whether the crew were in the right frame of mind, whether they had rest, whether everything was right, the checks, the walk around done by the first officer, the fuel intake, what is the fuel you have taken, all these factors will factor in. Now, as we said, the aircraft takes off, it has got fuel, it needs a certain amount of thrust, trim sheet is there, all these are prepared. So why did we lose is the question, yes. The answer lies in that black box. Because the conversation in the cockpit will also reveal what exactly was the last moments the pilots, let me tell you, like the pilots must have really worked hard to sustain and safeguard it, but then Mother Fortune had something else written.
Yes.
I mean, for an aviation man to say fortune, but then that is how it is.
Okay.
So we'll have to wait for that black box, the decoding done, and then only we will be able to say whatever we want to say now.
All right, but there are some important clues that have been picked up from the crash site. What really are they? Let's open this now to help you understand those clues. And on your screens, remember, at all times are going to be the most dramatic pictures that again hold the clues to a lot of this investigation that you will see taking place. So what are these clues we are talking about? In the last many hours, you've seen the investigating agencies on spot zero. Remember, the elevator here is deflected upwards. This again, people say that this is an important indication. It's a clue. So this is what the DGCA and other agencies will closely look at. These are also views of the aviation experts when they've seen this picture. The pilots were pulling back on yoke, something again you've just heard both our guests talking about, that the pilots did try, remember, to ensure that something like this does not happen. But you've seen a huge disaster. Brings us to our third important point. Again, this is at the end of the conversation with a lot of experts who've been looking at these pictures. Possibly no corresponding thrust. You notice that. The flight is wanting to pull up, but it's not able to manage enough thrust. Why did that happen? You need to find an answer to that question. Likewise, the auto throttle likely went into an idle mode. Why could that happen? What could that lead to? These are important questions, important details that again will be up for a lot of discussion. Possible air/ground sensor failure. How huge is this? What could that mean? Is this a part of a larger technical failure? Could this have been prevented? Again, very, very important questions that we will try to find answers to. Not just this, the trigger could be a bird hit or an engine failure, though a lot of experts at the moment are ruling out bird hit, but again, we do not know, and that is why we are placing all important information along with the pictures, and this is all the views of multiple aviation experts that you have seen on NDTV through our entire coverage. But this does not mean that the questions end, because there are more questions. Let's bring up our next important question, which is the third question. I also do see Manogya and Jitendra again with us. So NDTV's biggest reporting team, remember, is on ground zero. And that is why you will not miss any bit of information, any bit of action that you need to know on this big story. It was a matter of seconds, max a few minutes. How did Air India 171 fail in minutes? Just a matter of minutes. That was the difference, Jitendra, between life and death. Now, you've also been speaking, Jitendra, to a lot of investigative agencies. We do know that they are all there wanting to pick up clues. Is there anything, Jitendra, that you can tell us about this?
Okay, Deepti, I want to begin with an update. The update is that the Gujarat police has roped in its anti-terrorist squad to rule out whether there was some sabotage angle also into it, whether there was some conspiracy behind this mishap. So today what we saw was that when the FSL team came at the spot, so the FSL officers were accompanied by people from the anti-terrorist squad as well. And I spoke to a few senior officers in the Gujarat police, and they told me this is to ensure, this is to rule out that there was no sabotage angle in this. Gujarat police has
This is very significant. Let me repeat this for our viewers. Jitendra is telling us that the Gujarat ATS has been roped in. Jitendra, in plain, simple terms, what does this mean? You have the National Investigative Agency also there.
Right, so it means that from the police end, they want to rule out whether this was a case of some sabotage, whether it was whether there was some terrorist angle also to it. There has been no concrete evidence, nothing. Substantial material has come in the hand of these cops, but just to rule out of several points, it is one point where the investigation is going on. And today the biggest advancement in the investigation was the fetching of black box. Black box, we call it black box. Actually, they are orange in color, and technically they are known as flight data recorder, FDR, and cockpit voice recorder, CVR. So they have been recovered, and to conclude what exactly was the cause of this accident, it will take, I think, months or even a year to conclude, to come up with a conclusive report what exactly was the cause behind this accident. Because, you know, such aircraft investigations are not like criminal investigations where you expect results in 2 or 3 weeks time or maximum a month's time. They take months to conclude. So the experts from the aviation industry might agree with me that it is not easy. Despite despite the agencies getting the black box, it will take months to collaborate with other available information and to come up with some concrete theory about the mishap.
I think what you're telling us, Jitendra, is very, very significant, and that's what we said at the beginning of the show. Nothing is being ruled out. They want to rule out the fact that there was any sabotage, and this is why Jitendra tells us, and I'm repeating this again for the benefit of our viewers, Manogya and Ankit also, that apart from the NI, you also have the Gujarat ATS now that has been roped in, that obviously wants to ensure that there is no terror-related angle here, because a lot of in this story does not add up, and this is why the aviation experts are also puzzled. Let's bring up our question number 4. Question number 4 that is on top of your mind as far as the story is concerned. What is that unanswered question? That question is that was the flight Air India 171 configured properly when it took off? Now this is important. There there is a configuration, and clearly this is a lot about the technical advancements, a lot of other things that are done in a flight before it takes off. Is there some possibility of a foul play there? Could anyone have done that? I want to see if we can go back to our panel of guests first up, and then we'll go back to Manogya and Ankit also, and Jitendra also stays with us. Captain Kabir Malik, I'm not sure if he's there with us. He's a charter airline pilot. We'll get him, I'm told, quickly. But Devesh Agarwalji, why don't you push that point a little further? Jitendra, our colleague, is telling us that the Gujarat ATS has been roped in. The NI is already on the spot. If we are asking that, was this flight configured properly when it took off? What does this mean if you connect all the dots, sir?
Okay, if I may, you asked one question, why did 241 people die? People don't understand the size of aircraft. This is an aircraft that weighs 200 tons. That means it's more than 20 buses. It is carrying more than 1 lakh kilos of fuel. Each fuel tanker we see on the road carries about 10,000. So that's about 10 fuel tankers worth of fuel. Now, when this plane, and it takes off at a speed of roughly around 250 kilometers an hour. Imagine 250 kilometers, 20 ton, like a bus weighing as many as 20 buses going and slamming into something with 1 lakh liters on board. The catastrophe is going to be horrific. Now, you mentioned takeoff configuration. It is precisely from past experience and accidents which have occurred on takeoff where the aircraft was configured wrong, that learnings have been learned and incorporated into the flight management computers of the 787, which is the newest generation aircraft, that it's no more just a little light or a little sound that comes up. The whole screen will like light up saying you have got a wrong configuration. See, the computer realizes what situation it's in, because let's suppose I forget to retract the flaps. Okay, I'm sorry, pull down the flaps, I forget to extend the flaps, and I put full throttle. Now the computer realizes that, boss, this guy is going full throttle. He's obviously taking off because I'm feeling weight on the bottom of my wheel. It has weight sensors, it's got sensors everywhere. Okay. So it realizes that it is taking off. So immediately it alerts the plane that, hey, your flaps are not set. Okay, for every type of takeoff, just to give you an idea, one thing, people have this one doubt, let me clarify it for your viewers. Every aircraft in the world has to prove that it can take off with one engine failed at its maximum takeoff weight. In the case of this 787-8, it is roughly about 225 tons. That means that one engine alone, which is capable of sucking 1 million cubic feet, that's more than a basketball court worth of air every second.
Okay.
Those two engines together produce 50 tons of force.
Okay, Deveshji, I'm just requesting you to please, we'll go this question by question, because I want to ensure that we put out our next question, because that is in follow to what you're saying, excuse me, and we will put that next question here as we'll continue to get our viewers more update. Why was the landing gear down? Now, this is something that you've just touched upon, and even as, we were coming into the studios, there have been a lot of perspective about this. Was the landing gear that's got stuck? Did the flaps retract? Retracting flaps too soon at a low altitude, low speed is risky. A lot of this is being discussed. And those are pictures that we again put out of the last moments. And I want to see if KVJ Rao can come in here before I go back to our team of reporters. Mr. Rao, why do you believe the landing gear was down? When you look at the pictures, when you look at this video, what is your assessment?
No, ma'am, the landing gear being down, sometimes the pilot decides when they want to lift the landing gear. That's number one. Number two is, now given the situation that they were in, maybe the captain was trying to take, an assumption that he would get good hard ground where he could land, given the situation they were in. Ma'am, these are split-second decisions that need to be taken. You can speculate that why was it down, why did not it go up? But that man sitting there on that seat is taking a decision, a split-second decision. Let us say, today we all are praising the pilot because he averted a major disaster. It could have gone into another area or a densely populated area. So these decisions are made on the spur of the moment. So you can sit here and speculate, why was the landing gear down, why did it not retract? There are, like I said, if the lift was not happening, maybe he said, I can get hard ground somewhere, open ground somewhere, and if the landing gear is down, I can just land. So we are getting into a lot of speculation, ma'am, which we should not be doing. It's like I said, that person sitting in that chair is taking split-second decisions.
Yes.
So we need to give that man some credit for doing something. They've been. If once the CVR comes out, the data comes out, we will come to know what was the last conversation.
Yes, Mr. Rao, you make important points, sir. But we are just taking up questions that are on everyone's mind, including yours.
I understand, but that's exactly why I'm explaining.
We are not passing any judgment, just helping our viewers understand with your help, with pictures, and with a lot of other inputs that is coming from our team of reporters tracking this story. I want to get in Manogya here quickly on the next question, because this is an equally important question that both Devesh and Mr. Rao had alluded towards. This is about how did both the engines lose thrust? Remember, it's a twin engine. If one of the engine fails, you still survive. But how is it that both the engines lost the thrust? Again, is there a possibility of a foul play or not? We do not know, Manogya. But what can you add to this bit of the unanswered questions? You've also been speaking to a lot of experts. How do they see this?
Well, there was a very interesting answer I got. How do you identify whether a person died of a heart attack or a multiple organ failure? Only after the autopsy reports. And that's what we will all have to wait for, because we'll have to know on what exactly happened, whether both the engines failed, whether it was a technical failure. But one thing is for sure, that the SOPs in the initial stage were followed. That is what the sources have been telling us, because it is absolutely serious for every pilot or co-pilot as they enter the cockpit to follow every guideline that is mentioned to them. That is an SOP followed across the world, and the standard operating procedures don't change even for a fraction of a second for anyone in the aviation industry. We all know it's not just about entering the cockpit and flying an aircraft, but also ensuring the lives of every passenger who is on board and they're landing safely. Given the idea that a flight, especially of this volume and this size, like a Dreamliner and a Boeing, which is flying with almost 1 lakh liter of fuel, and that too air turbine fuel. Remember, you're not allowed for a small 100 ml of inflammable substance, and what it carries with it is itself one of the highest inflammable substance available in the world. So it will give you an idea on how tough it is, not just to ensure that pickup. The first few minutes are like 250 km per hour, and it crashed within 7 to 10 kilometers of its range from the airport. And I am standing at the crash site. What you see behind me is the crash site and the nose, as well as the entire tail lying here of the aircraft just above the hostel, which claimed more than 250 lives, giving you an idea on how serious this accident was. But most of the thrust now is completely dependent on the black box and the details that would be recovered from it to get an idea on what exactly went wrong. And I repeat, whether it was a heart attack or a multiple organ failure.
Oh yes, and Manogya, as you were, giving us this information on our screens, we were also running images of that rescue also that has happened of, young students. A lot of them have today succumbed to what happened. A few lucky have survived. We've seen all that happening through the day, and our reporters have been getting us those very, very powerful pictures. Before I bring to you our next important question in the league of this entire investigation, I want you to spend a moment talking about the Boeing. Now, there has been a lot of conversation about this. Both Devesh and Mr. Rao will agree with this. This is the Boeing 787 and the history of it. You must know about this because this is important. This is the Dreamliner that was launched in 2011, and ever since then, we haven't seen an accident that involves such huge fatalities. There are nearly 1,200 Dreamliners that have been delivered so far. You also have the Air India that uses a lot of these Dreamliners, and I'm going to get you that detail also in just a moment. It has faced years of safety-related scrutiny, as the procedure is. There has been some bit of controversy also about Boeing because, you've had a lot of these whistleblowers, including in 2024 when you had the ex-manager John Barnett, who voiced certain concerns about its operation, about certain procedures related to the oxygen supply. And the charge was also that Boeing is cutting corners to meet production deadlines. That was a charge that was put forward again by this whistleblower, to which we had seen some investigation happening. And Barnett also claimed that 25% was a failure rate in emergency oxygen system. That is, again, I must caution you, a claim. Then there was a 2009 expose by the New York Times that said Boeing pressurized workers not to report safety violations. Again, I'm just putting out information as far as the story is concerned. What we'll do now is we'll head into a quick break, but on the other side, we keep getting you more updates on this and a lot more. Don't go anywhere.
In the last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Junkie brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24/7.
After 2 years of the India-Canada tensions, it's the big relationship reboot. Indian Prime Minister heads to the G7 summit. Indispensable India on the global stage. Modi's multilateral momentum. NDTV live from the G7 summit in Canada.
Air India plane crash in Ahmedabad, India's latest aviation disaster. India responds to the tragedy. Facts first, 100% ground reports.
Under this is the tail,
Here, and this is just one of the buildings that will give you an idea of the quantum of loss.
24 to 48 hours is the deadline that has been given for the DNA testing.
Maximum reporters, maximum coverage on NDTV. If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India, it matters to India, it matters to India, and it matters to me, and it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
Why was there a hurry? Was it the government that was in a hurry?
I don't want to blame anyone.
Joining us today here in the NDTV newsroom.
Government cannot walk away from this responsibility.
Cricket is region of sort in this country.
Would you like to comment on what happened?
What is the condition of the injured at this point? How many people died?
What exactly happened? You have lost your daughter.
In the wake of Pahalgam, all eyes on the Amarnath Yatra. Amidst fear, faith and fortitude. India's biggest fight against terror. NDTV reports on the holy route, the Amarnath spirit.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I
or
hold
buy time
ICICI
to invest?
CDSL for the long term? Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live.
The other big story that we are tracking for you tonight, this is a developing situation where the Iran-Israel war, remember, is escalating now, where Iran has struck back at Israel offensive. There are about 100 projectiles that have been fired. Israelis have also intercepted missiles that were coming in from Yemen. We've also had air raid sirens across Israel, and Israelis have also identified the missile from Yemen. You've seen those important developments that have been coming in the last few minutes, and very, very dramatic images. We also have our colleague Ghazali, who's joining us live. Ghazali, what is the latest we are hearing? Because we've seen this escalation picking up just in the last few minutes now.
See, it seems that the wave of attacks have resurfaced in Iran with multiple local media reports coming in of bombing at the Isfahan reactor. Another nuclear reactor site of Fardoon has also been attacked. There are explosions which are being heard from these cities. Meanwhile, there has been an attack in Israel as well. Yes, Houthis from Yemen have fired a ballistic missile towards Israel, which landed in the occupied city of West Bank. There have no reports of injuries or casualties in Israeli areas. But since morning, around 78 people have been killed in Iran with the overnight attacks last night when Israel launched these aerial strikes on the nuclear reactor sites and other areas in Tehran, which eliminated many top leadership of Iranian military as well as IRGC, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps. Now the new wave of attacks seems to hint that is what Israeli Prime Minister Mr. Benjamin Netanyahu had said in an address to the nation earlier today, that how he wants to continue this attack till the entire Iranian threat is eliminated, or to sort of dismantle the Iranian nuclear program, which he feels is going to be detrimental for Israel's existence. So as of now, a wave of aerial strikes is being reported from different areas of Iranian cities of Tehran, as well as in the west of Tehran and other areas which are believed to be the nuclear sites for Iranian nuclear program.
Okay, Ghazali, I think these are important updates that you're sharing with us. Also, reports of explosions that are heard near Tehran. We'll keep adding more to that information that we know on the bottom of your screens continuously. Also, that map that was just on your screens will help you understand how many locations there, remember, have been targeted. Again, the one that you see in red are those spots, the exact spots, the locations that have been targeted. We also have Melissa Weiss, the executive editor of Jewish Insider, who's joining us. Melissa, thank you for your time. Now tell me something, what is it that you can add to what we know? How volatile is the situation right now? What is the latest?
Sure. I mean, it's an ongoing, unfolding situation. And so literally as we are speaking, there are attacks that are taking place in and around Iran. So I would expect to see more of this throughout the night. It's unclear how long this is going to go on. It could go on for several days. It will go on until Israel has decided that Iran's nuclear program, Iran's military program is no longer an immediate threat.
Okay, Melissa, when you say this, you know, there are more reports coming in, and I want you to confirm this or add to this information. There are reports of explosions near an Iranian nuclear site. Do we have any such confirmation?
Well, unfortunately, I can't give you that confirmation. That would have to come either from the Israeli Air Force or the Prime Minister's office or from inside Iran, and we just don't have those yet. So what we see now are a lot of posts going around the internet saying that different areas, different sites have been struck. We will know in the coming hours and in the coming days what the extent of the damage is. But like I said, this is an ongoing operation. What we don't know far exceeds what we do know.
Yes, and Melissa, we all do know that not just tensions are palpable, but there is a clear escalation that you have seen. There has been a response. There's been an attack and a counter-attack, and clearly this does not augur well when you look at what really is right now at stake.
Yeah, I mean, what is at stake is, I think, the future of the region, and the future of the region now is going to look very different than it would have, say, 24 hours ago. It was very clear that this was done on the 61st day of since the Iran-U.S. talks began. President Donald Trump had said very clearly that they had 60 days to reach a deal, and you know, there are people who will disagree with President Trump. There are people who will agree with President Trump, but he stuck to his word, and Israel struck on day 61. So now, I mean, the real question is, where do nuclear talks go from here, right? We know that talks are still expected to take place on Sunday in Oman. The Middle East envoy, Steve Witkoff, will be traveling there this weekend. It's unclear who he will be negotiating with, but talks are scheduled to take place. And the hope is that Israel's actions over the last 24 hours will push Iran to accepting a deal that ideally addresses enrichment issues, which had been a gap that the U.S. and Iran had not been able to connect on before.
Yes, and as we are having this conversation, Melissa, we are also trying to connect with more people, you know, to help us understand what is the latest. But I think there is this important information coming in from the Tehran Times, and allow me to quote, they say reports of a bombing at the Shafan reactor. We just had an image, and in fact a full graphic, to help our viewers also understand which really are the targets that possibly right now under the radar. There is also the role of the US that you just spoke about, and Tehran anyways has said that the US will be responsible.
Yeah, I mean, Tehran has said a lot of things. Ultimately, the U.S. This operation went forward with the U.S. being fully aware that it was about to unfold. President Donald Trump has said that. I mean, for years, Iran has called the U.S. the big Satan and Israel the little Satan. So the rhetoric has really not changed. But I think what we saw earlier today, when Iran fired about 100 drones toward Israel, none of which caused any damage, none of which even broached Israeli airspace, none of which had much of an effect. I think at this point, it's a lot of talk and not a lot of action.
And again, these are reports coming in of Iran downing Israeli drone near a nuclear site. As you have seen, a lot of this movement happening. Melissa, I'm just requesting you to stay with us, as we'll also add our colleague Vishal here into this conversation and the coverage. He's also been speaking to a lot of his sources. Vishal, what is it that you can tell us?
The latest is that, as you mentioned, there have been new attacks near the new facilities of Iran, Isfahan, and one other facility. Earlier in the day, there was a big attack on the main Natanz facility, which is the main uranium enrichment facility of Iran. That was attacked. That is supposed to be severely damaged. Iran has not commented on it, but many reports are saying it is severely damaged. And the latest from the other part of Middle East is that Yemeni Houthis, they have been also attacking Israel, and there have been sirens blaring across Israeli territory. But Israel has a really strong Iron Dome missile defense system, so they have intercepted all of the missiles fired from all the angles. So they are safe at the moment. But Iran has thousands of ballistic missiles that will pose a lot of danger. How far Iran is willing to go at the moment, that will define what happens in the region.
Yes, so this is a conflict that obviously is not just keeping the region, Vishal, but the entire world on tenterhooks with the kind of phase that it possibly could lead to. Do we have any more reactions? Because I do know that Dr. S. Jaishankar also earlier has taken to the social media, and he does say that he's spoken to the Iranian FM this evening on the latest situation. So New Delhi also keeping a very close watch.
That is correct. And also, just a few hours ago, PM Modi also spoke with the Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu. And there have been several quarters from the regions across the globe that have been asking both the parties to de-escalate, to exercise extreme caution, because as we've been reporting that the region sits on, the whole region is on edge at the moment, because various nuclear sites have been damaged IAEA, which is the apex atomic governing body of the world. They have so far said that there have been not much major damage to these facilities. There have not been any nuclear reactor damage or any leaks from these, high tension sites. But even then, there are other risks involved, because US is also there, because there are at least 40,000 US troops in the Middle East that are at risk, because Iranian regime directly holds US responsible, although US has been saying that it's not involved in the conflict, but Iran is not ready to accept that. It says that without the US's approval, Israel would not have gone through and executed this attack. So that is also another angle that will have to be looked at. And as you asked about the world reactions have been coming in all day. Leaders from across the globe have been telling both the parties, Israel and Iran, to exercise extreme caution, with whether it's EU or Italy or France. They've all been speaking to each other and assembling and speaking in unison that both the parties need to exercise extreme caution.
Oh yes. Now, we must also tell our viewers that why has something like this even escalated to a level here? But in the meantime, I think keep the information going, Vishal. We do know that there are advisories also that has been issued for citizens of India as far as living in both the countries are concerned. And as expected, there is widespread concern about those Indians there, and that's why we've been told that they must remain vigilant, continue to remain in touch with each other. Vishal, you want to add to this, and then we'll take this story ahead. We'll also get Melissa back into this conversation.
Well, that is right. And that advisory had come as soon as these strikes started to happen. And India has reacted. India was one of the first countries to react by issuing that advisory and asking its citizens and also people of Indian origin who live in these places, especially Israel and Iran, to exercise extreme caution and also not have unnecessary travel arrangements in place. They have to keep indoors. They have to follow the local authorities. They have to follow the social media accounts of local embassies. So they have been asked to keep a close eye on the development so that they can take necessary actions. So India has issued a release and asked its citizens to be on edge and be prepared for any untoward incidents.
Okay, I'm just getting more information about certain fatalities also that are being reported. But like I said, it's still a developing situation, Vivek, right now. And we must just be careful about this. Why has, the situation escalated to this level? We do know that Iran and its nuclear program clearly has been under the radar. There has been a lot of conversation about this. And not to forget the top Iranian military commanders who've been killed. We have those details also up on our screen. So just for the benefit of our viewers, Vishal, why don't you sum up what we know about this escalation, what has led to this, and what has happened in the last few hours?
So this attack was widely expected in the last 48 hours to 72 hours. There had been several reports in the US media especially. They had been saying repeatedly that there would be a big scale attack on Iranian soil from the Israeli side. And the reason had been reported for a while now. It's been in the media for the last 2 to 3 months that, in fact, more than that, actually for years, Israel has been concerned that Iran is enriching its uranium capacity, that it could have a nuclear weapon any moment. And the latest is that just about a month ago, an Austrian report had come in that said that Iran could have a nuclear weapon within a few weeks or probably within a few months, because the enrichment from 60% to 90% is just one step away. It does seem that the 30% could be big, but it's just one step away from a nuclear weapon category enrichment. So that is what Israelis are concerned about, that if Iran has nuclear weapons, it already has a big arsenal of ballistic missiles. It could be one of the biggest threats that the entire region or probably the rest of the world has. So that is what Israelis' concerns are. And these are, as they have mentioned, quote unquote, preemptive strikes. So they want these nuclear facilities that will probably manufacture the nuclear weapons to be derailed totally. So that is why these strikes have happened.
Oh, yes. So, I mean, are we almost at the brink of an all-out war right now between Israel and Iran? That's a question a lot of people have been again asking. We'll get in Vishal back with us. We'll allow him some time so that he can make a, quick phone calls and get us more updates. But Melissa, why don't you come in here on the big picture? How do you see this entire escalation that has happened in the last few minutes? To what does this mean for the world now? What are we staring at? What should we be prepared for?
It's really hard to say, but we can say with certainty that we have not seen anything like this in decades. I would imagine that this would make it much harder for Iran to conduct an imminent nuclear attack on Israel or on any country. And we know that across the region that has been a concern. The Iranian desire to enrich uranium has worried Saudi Arabia and Jordan and the United Arab Emirates and Bahrain. We know that this is a regional concern. Israel just was able to carry out a plan that was months in the making to destroy or significantly diminish Iran's capabilities of conducting such an attack. So it might seem like we are on the brink of an all-out war right now. We could be, but we have seen these kinds of situations before, and we don't know what tomorrow brings. We do know that Iran's ability to conduct attacks around the region against Israel, against American allies, has been diminished. We know that Iran's proxies in the region have also been diminished. We know that Hezbollah made the decision not to involve itself in what was going on today. That's a change that we would not have seen maybe a year ago or 8 or 9 months ago. But it really goes to show you the degree to which Iranian proxies around the region have really lost their strength and are no longer seeking active engagement against Israel.
Melissa, I'm so glad that you've made that entire point of Iran and its proxies and a lot of other things. So clearly there are, more players right now involved here. There are more variables. But before we touch upon that, I just want to play out a ground reportage that has come in from an Iranian journalist, Mohammad Khatibi, for us. He tells us more of what is going on and the latest.
Since early hours of the morning, Israel has carried out hundreds of attacks against different areas of the country, and Iran has not yet responded officially to the attacks, and the reports are early reports and there is no confirmation. Since the morning, Israelis have targeted military sites, nuclear sites and civilian areas, and there are confirmed reports of death among senior officials, including IRGC chief, armed forces chiefs of staff, and many other people, including nuclear scientists. And Israel has not stopped the attacks, and the situation is really tense now here, and we can hear explosions around Tehran, and the situation is really tense, and the attacks are being carried out against other places in the country, including Tabriz, Kermanshah, Shiraz, Isfahan, and nuclear sites including Fordo, Natanz, Parchin, and other places. The attacks have not stopped, and there is continuous attacks on these targets. So the point that I want to make is that Iran will respond, but the response will be very hard because the extent of Israeli attacks on Iran is really big, and the massive operation is being carried out, and many people think that this operation is Israel wants to open the way to continue attacks and continue the operation for several days, maybe several weeks, and Iran will respond accordingly. I don't know when, but for sure there will be a response, and this response could include Israeli sites inside Israel. It could include US bases in the region, and maybe Iran will withdraw. Maybe Iran could withdraw from the NPT, and because there is no reason for Iran to continue to continue its peaceful nuclear program. Iran has been under pressure, under sanctions, and yet it hasn't withdraw from the NPT and been cooperating with the IAEA, but the situation now is changing the scene very much, and because there is no reason that Iran could continue cooperating with the IAEA, and this is a really big escalation from the Israeli side, and people in Iran think that without a green light from the US, Israel couldn't have launched this kind of attack, and people see US as responsible as the Israeli side, and people are urging the government to attack and start retaliating to this amount, to this massive operation, and for sure Iran will carry out this response.
All right, so what you just heard is a perspective that is coming in from Iran. So it's important to understand this also and the context. I want to go back to Melissa. Melissa, a lot of people would be interested to know about the timing, that why has Israel attacked Iran now? But before you answer that, I want you to discuss about the proxies. Iran and its proxies, a lot of their power getting diminished. And you have a lot of other world powers also right now who are watching with bated breath as to what happens. What is the next leg of this conflict?
The next leg of this conflict, I think, will be determined after this phase of the conflict. Hopefully, after Iran has been neutralized as an imminent threat, Israel can go back to focusing on the war in Gaza and eventually winding down that war and bringing home the remaining 53 hostages and get Gaza on a path toward rebuilding. But that is not front of mind for anyone in Israel at the moment. As I speak right now on television, I'm getting notifications from friends across Israel who are in their bomb shelters, unsure what the next few hours will hold. There's no reason to think that Israel's air defenses wouldn't hold up in the event of an attack. We saw earlier today that Iran attempted an attack, that 100 drones were shot over to Israel. They were shot down by an array of allies, Jordan, the US, Israel. So everyone in Israel is taking this minute by minute and hour by hour.
And there is another bit of important information coming in, Melissa, and I want you to just send us your thoughts on this. The Iranian president, in fact, says that Iran's response to the Israeli aggression is going to be tough and legitimate. So you see a lot of this posturing that is really going on, but isn't this timing very, very critical also?
The timing is critical, but truly, I mean, that's a lot of talk for a country that has had the vast majority of its air defense and military installations destroyed. I'm just not really sure how Iran would be able to conduct such a wide-scale attack given the current state of its military installations, given the current state of its military leadership. The current state of its military leadership is that most of them have been killed in the past 24 hours. It would seem to me that this is an opening for Iran to leave extremism and to reach an agreement with the U.S., with European powers, and bring itself into the rest of the world. There's no reason for this war. There's no reason that Israel and Iran have to be at war. No one wants this, except for the people who don't want Israel to exist anymore. And in Israel, the people who don't want the Iranian threat to exist anymore. But there's no reason that this shouldn't be the end.
Okay, but we'll see where the story moves, Melissa, and we trust you to get us more updates. For the moment, thank you so much for joining us and adding perspective to what you know. I also want to quickly say good evening to Dr. Brahmachalani, who's taken time to join us on this broadcast right now. So, what is your assessment on what is going on? What should the world be doing? Is this an all-out war between Iran and Israel right now?
Iran's response will determine whether this will become a full-fledged war or it will become a strategic stalemate largely favoring Israel. Israel, as you know, enjoys regional preeminence. It's the preeminent military power in its region. Its military power is greater than that of all its immediate neighbors combined. The only challenger to Israel in the wider Middle East is Iran. And that has been one of the reasons why Israel for a long time has sought to cut Iran down to size. But by launching these preemptive strikes on Iran, the danger is that Israel will likely face an Iran that is more hardline, more determined to avenge the Israeli attacks, and more determined to challenge Israel's own legitimacy as a nation state. It's far from certain that Israeli attacks can decimate the challenge from Iran, because Iran is not a small country. It's an important state. It's an important military power. And despite the devastating blows that Israel has managed to inflict by achieving tactical surprise, Iran has in the past shown resilience to bounce back, even its nuclear program. Despite acts of Israeli sabotage in the past, has shown resilience. So,
Dr. Chilani, I'm just going to come in here. But on the other side of this quick break, we continue this conversation. I'm requesting you to stay with us. Do not go anywhere. This continues to be our top focus story.
Is your business future ready? Join the 13-week strategic ESG certification program for business sustainability and growth for CXO and business leaders by NDTV, Terry and Zenora. Master global ESG frameworks, gain real-world tools, and lead with impact. Starts July 13th. Enroll now and power your business with sustainability.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
मैं नरेंद्र दामोदर दास मोदी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि एनडीए सरकार में हम अगले 10 साल में विकसित भारत के सपने को साकार करके रहेंगे। अटल से तो विकसित भारत की तस्वीर है। प्रेरणा और प्रगति जब एक साथ जुड़ते हैं तो एक नए युग की नींव पड़ती है। भारत माता की
In the last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments?
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Osama Shah. The Middle East is on the brink as the conflict between Iran and Israel, it has exploded into an all-out offensive. Over 100 projectiles, they have been reportedly rained down on Israeli targets, triggering air raid sirens across the nation, even reaching Jerusalem. Now, in a dramatic turn, Israel's Iron Dome has been activated, working to intercept missiles not only from Iran, but also from as far as Yemen, raising questions about the true scale of this unprecedented assault. The recent developments, it indicates a significant escalation in tensions between the two countries, with multiple reports suggesting that Israeli strikes near Iranian nuclear facilities, specifically the Fordow uranium enrichment site, and it appears to have been targeted, and the Natanz nuclear site, it was reportedly struck earlier today. In fact, there are also reports of an Israeli drone being downed near a nuclear site and strikes on the Hamdan airbase and Fardiz as well. In fact, despite these events, radiation levels outside the affected sites are reported to be stable, and this is from across the multiple reports that have been coming in. The IAEA is monitoring the situation on the ground, and these incidents, it certainly signals a new phase in this Iran-Israel conflict with heightened nuclear tensions across Iran there. In fact, the Indian Foreign Minister, Dr. S. Jaishankar, had also spoken to his Iranian counterpart. He spoke to Iranian Foreign Minister Arakshi. Meanwhile, the Prime Minister Modi, had also spoken with Benjamin Netanyahu earlier in this in the day. In fact, today. So India is in touch with both the nations as Israel targets Iran nuclear facilities. Meanwhile, my colleague Vishal Vivek joins us to get us more on this. Vishal, take us through the latest that you're hearing right now.
The latest, as you mentioned, Osama, is the fact that Houthis from the Yemeni side have now started attacking Israel, and there are sirens blaring across the territory of Israel as we speak. We had a reporter from Israel joining us just a few moments ago, and she mentioned that people across Israel are, going into their bunkers. They are feeling scared because missiles are being launched as we speak. But the fact of the matter is that Israel has in its arsenal one of the most sophisticated weapons in human history, which is the Iron Dome. It has intercepted almost all of these missiles, and earlier in the day when Iran retaliated with about 100 drones, almost all of them were intercepted, all of them were obliterated. So the fact of the matter now is, what will Iran do now? Because will it go as big as Israel? Because Israel went quite big. It was a historic strike, because in the last 40 or 45 years, Iran has never been attacked like this. The last time something like this happened, a conflict of this level in which Iran was engaged was back in 1980 when it was engaged in a conflict with Iraq. So that shows you the scale of the conflict that it could be pointing at. We are still not there yet. It all depends on what Iran does, but all eyes are on Iran because Iran has been recently weakened by a lot of these proxy wars that it has engaged in, but it still has in its arsenal really big ballistic missiles. How many of them are actually in the numbers that they can use, that has not been revealed. So that is one of the things that will need to be looked at. But the region, as you mentioned, is on the boil. It's really tough to say what will happen, but it's a really difficult moment for both the countries, Iran and Israel. Absolutely.
Vishal, stay with us. We also have Dr. Brahma Chilani, a defense expert, joining us on the broadcast at this moment, as well as James Bowden joining us on the broadcast. He's a Middle East expert. Brahma Chilani, first of all, we heard what our correspondent Vishal Vivek said about, especially about the projectiles from Yemen. What does this suggest about the coordination and the breadth of this entire offensive, according to you?
Before launching airstrikes on Iran, Israel had systematically undermined Iran's proxies, including Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthis. And Iran was unable to offer any tangible aid to its proxies. Now Israel has taken on Iran directly, and the risk is that this could go out of hand. This could escalate into a full-fledged war. Iran is not a small state or a weak state. It's a determined state, a state that has in the past shown strategic resilience, the resilience to bounce back from serious setbacks. Its nuclear program in the past has been penetrated by Israeli decoys. The sabotage in the nuclear program did not deter Iran from continuing to make progress in the nuclear program. It managed to restore its nuclear program. So there is a certain historical resilience that Iran has shown, and we'll have to see as to how far Israel is going to undermine Iran's nuclear ambitions and degrade its military capability. And we also have to see to what extent Iran is able to wreak damage in Israel, especially by targeting strategic sites in Israel.
All right, Mr. Brahma Chilani, thank you very much for joining us and sharing your views, very crucial views there on the broadcast. Also, from what we understand at this moment, the United States, the president, Donald Trump, he is meeting with his national security team following Israel's strike on Iran, and that meeting has concluded. This is from multiple reports that we are hearing. In fact, let me go across to James Bowden. Mr. Bowden, firstly, your thoughts on how things have escalated so rapidly, and what does it mean in the larger context right now?
Well, I think that in the larger context, I want to go back to what the last gentleman was saying. I really don't see the risk of a regional war or an escalation at this point. Iran does not share any borders with Israel, and they cannot move any conventional forces across that significant of a region. And right now, what it looks like is that their offensive missile capability has been extremely weakened, both through their large supplies to their proxies or allies in the Middle East, and how those have been decimated throughout Israel's and the United States' campaigns in the region over the last year and a half or more. So in terms of escalation, I don't see a lot happening. The Iranians are still right now just on the back foot trying to absorb these attacks, and it's going to be a little bit longer before they can organize a real response to this.
I also have Bethany Mandel, journalist from Washington, D.C., joining us at this moment. Bethany, from what we understand, that crucial meeting, Donald Trump meeting with his national security team following this particular offensive from Israel on Iran, that meeting has concluded. How is the United States looking at the recent developments, especially in Iran and Israel right now?
I think that the administration, the Trump administration, is grateful to Israel for taking this on, because the Iranian threat was not just a threat on Israel, it was a threat on the whole Western world and on us here in America. They were days away from capability of having a nuclear bomb and ballistic missiles that could reach me here in Washington. So the Trump administration, from all appearances, is very grateful that the Israeli government has taken this on. The Israeli people have taken this on, and there's a lot of support being offered behind the scenes. I've heard anecdotally that literally 60 seconds after the attacks began, a White House source messaged someone high up in Israel and said, "Good luck." The White House knew that this was happening and were supportive of it.
I also have Mr. Daniel Block joining us right now. He's a senior editor, Foreign Affairs, and contributing editor at the Washington Monthly. Mr. Block, as far as this entire escalation is concerned, this is a dramatic escalation. Break it down for us. What do you believe were the key triggers here that pushed the conflict to this all-out offensive phase, particularly concerning the targeting of the nuclear facilities?
Well, I think a couple of things are at play here. We know that this is something the Israelis have wanted to do for quite some time. They've been eager to strike Iran for a while now. I mean, dating back really to the to the Obama administration. Netanyahu has wanted to attack Iran. And the U.S. government has put them off, has told them not to do it for long periods of time. I think what's changed now are a couple of things. One is the arrival of the Trump administration. And now just how supportive Trump was or wasn't, we don't quite know yet. There's a lot of rumors, a lot of speculation, a lot of mixed signals. It's quite possible, as Bethany said, that they gave a green light. But certainly they were more permissive than Obama or Biden were when it came to the idea of attacking Iran. I think the other key thing that happened is that for Israel, they saw an opening. Iran is weaker now than it was 2 years ago, even 1 year ago. The Israeli operations against Hezbollah, against other Iranian allies in the region, really weakened what is kind of called the axis of resistance, which is this network of proxies and partners that Iran would use in order to attack Israel or attack U.S. forces in the region. And then Israel in 2024 also went ahead and it did a lot of damage to Iran's air defense systems. And so between those two things, I think you have an Israeli government that feels like now was the moment of opportunity they had. Now is the best chance they were going to have to strike. And I think if you combine that with an American administration that's more permissive of an Israeli attack on Iran, you have a window and the type of action we saw happen last night. Right.
James Bowden, before I talk about Iranian intent here, I also want to understand from you, we've heard from Ayatollah Khomeini. He has made a statement. In fact, the Iranian president, Masoud Pezeshkian, he has said that Iran's response to the Israeli aggression will be tough and legitimate. What do you make of how Iran is going to respond to going further right now?
It's definitely going to be a wait and see. Again, Iran has used a lot of its missile capacity in the last few responses that it has had against Israel. And I really foresee, and we have already seen this demonstrated through their extensive use of drones sent across. And so why they haven't responded with the missiles, we're not quite sure, but I think it's because they lack that capacity. So how they're going to respond remains an open question. I am definitely watching Ansar Allah as they are starting to send missiles. Now, we've only seen, I think, 1 or 2 sent aloft since this morning, but I anticipate more. And their strike options are very limited. They lost Hezbollah, which was basically they're the queen on the chessboard, and they lost that ability for them to threaten Israel. So it's going to be interesting to see how they make that response.
Right. What is also going to be interesting is to see the international community coming together in response to this recent development. From what we see right now, the United Nations has also called for Israel and Iran to, and I quote, show maximum restraint to avoid deeper conflict. What do you make of this entire, statement that is coming from United Nations, and how do you see the role of international communities and partners for both the countries, Bethany, going forward from now?
I mean, I think the United Nations, they always say de-escalation, 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 but the atomic agency that was in charge of, making sure that they did not get to the point of having a nuke, stated very clearly that, they had failed and that Iran was nearing extremely close to that point. I don't think it really matters what the international community thinks about it. I think the only thing that matters is that countries will work together with Israel like they did when Iran sent drones and rockets and missiles the last time, that they work together to shoot them down to protect the assets of the entire region. That is what is the most important. And I think, we'll hear the same sort of babble that we hear from the United Nations about de-escalation. But, as an American and as a Republican here, I'm just grateful that we have a president who doesn't listen.
Daniel Brock, speaking about the Iranian intent, what is Iran's strategic objective in launching such a widespread attack, including potentially involving non-state actors like those in Yemen?
Well, I think perhaps first and foremost, the Iranian government wants to save face. So they can't not respond. They need to launch some sort of strike against Israel. They've been attacked. This is a bigger attack. I think this is probably the biggest attack since the Iran-Iraq war that they've experienced. So they have to have some sort of response. And by activating kind of the axis of resistance, as it were, having proxies in different partner groups attack Israel, they're able to up the pressure to send more missiles at Israel than they otherwise might, as well as whatever of their own assets they're sending, drones, ballistic missiles of different types. So part of it is signaling. I do think that they're going to want to hurt Israel. They're going, this is not going to be, or they're not going to want it to be merely a symbolic response. I think they're going to want to try and hit Israeli military facilities. They're going to probably want to hit Israeli cities. They're going to want to try and match as best they can whatever damage Israel did to them to Israel. Now, I am incredibly skeptical that they're going to be able to do that. Like I was saying earlier, and as other guests have been saying, Iran lacks the capacity, especially after the last couple of years of war, to retaliate in kind. And Iran does not have the same network of partners that can help shield it from incoming missiles that Israel does. So I doubt that they'll be able to respond with the same degree of force, but they have to do something, in part for their own, citizens, in part to save face domestically.
Right, and as I had mentioned earlier, that these incidents, they signal a new phase in the Israel-Iran conflict, and this has heightened nuclear tensions across both the countries as well. Daniel Brock, James Bowden, and Bethany Mandel, thank you very much for joining us and speaking with NDTV. Meanwhile, Stephanie Tremblay, the UN spokesperson, has also given a statement. Let's listen in to that.
Secretary General condemns any military escalation in the Middle East. He's particularly concerned by Israeli attacks on nuclear installations in Iran, while talks between Iran and the United States on the status of Iran's nuclear program are underway. The Secretary General recalls the obligation of UN member states to act in accordance with the UN Charter and international law. The Secretary General asks both sides to show maximum restraint, avoiding at all costs a descent into deeper conflict, a situation that the region can hardly afford.
All right, so tension has escalated in both the countries, Iran and Israel. We are monitoring the situation, and despite these events, things reportedly are, as far as the nuclear radiation levels are concerned, because there has been an attack on Iran's nuclear facilities as well. Those radiation levels outside those affected sites, they are reported to be stable. And in fact, these are the live visuals that you can see on your screen. These are coming from Israel. You can hear the sound of the air siren as well. In fact, the situation, and we are continuing to get the latest as far as the entire development is concerned in Israel, as well as the role of Iran here in this ongoing conflict between Iran and Israel. We'll step into a very short break. We'll be back with more.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24/7.
After 2 years of the India-Canada tensions, it's the big relationship reboot. Indian Prime Minister heads to the G7 summit. Indispensable India on the global stage. Modi's multilateral momentum. NDTV live from the G7 summit in Canada.
Air India plane crash in Ahmedabad, India's latest aviation disaster. India responds to the tragedy. Facts first.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The West of Asia is on the brink of a war, and this is just a day after Israel had struck Iran, and there is big escalation from the Iranian side as well. You could hear the sirens going on in those pictures. You could hear that these are live pictures coming from Israel. This is the biggest exchange since 2023. Remember, India is in touch with both the nations. The foreign minister, Dr. S. Jaishankar, he spoke to his Iranian counterpart. Meanwhile, the Prime Minister, Narendra Modi, he spoke to the Israeli Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu. Remember, Israel has targeted Iran's nuclear facilities, and NDTV. We are getting you the details from both Israel and Iran. In fact, earlier we spoke to Melissa Weiss and Mohammad Khatibi. Listen in to what they had to say.
I mean, what is at stake is, I think, the future of the region, and the future of the region now is going to look very different than it would have, say, 24 hours ago. It was very clear that this was done on the 61st day of since the Iran-U.S. talks began. President Donald Trump had said very clearly that they had 60 days to reach a deal, and there are people who will disagree with President Trump. There are people who will agree with President Trump, but he stuck to his word, and Israel struck on day 61. So now, I mean, the real question is, where do nuclear talks go from here, right? We know that talks are still expected to take place on Sunday in Oman. The Middle East envoy, Steve Witkoff, will be traveling there this weekend. It's unclear who he will be negotiating with, but talks are scheduled to take place. And the hope is that Israel's actions over the last 24 hours will push Iran to accepting a deal that ideally addresses enrichment issues, which had been a gap that the U.S. and Iran had not been able to connect on before. It's really hard to say, but we can say with certainty that we have not seen anything like this in decades. I would imagine that this would make it much harder for Iran to conduct an imminent nuclear attack on Israel or on any country. And we know that across the region that has been a concern. The Iranian desire to enrich uranium has worried Saudi Arabia and Jordan and the United Arab Emirates and Bahrain. We know that this is a regional concern. Israel just was able to carry out a plan that was months in the making to destroy or significantly diminish Iran's capabilities of conducting such an attack. So it might seem like we are on the brink of an all-out war right now. We could be, but we have seen these kinds of situations before, and we don't know what tomorrow brings. We do know that Iran's ability to conduct attacks around the region against Israel, against American allies, has been diminished. We know that Iran's proxies in the region have also been diminished. We know that Hezbollah made the decision not to involve itself in what was going on today. That's a change that we would not have seen maybe a year ago or 8 or 9 months ago. But it really goes to show you the degree to which Iranian proxies around the region have really lost their strength and are no longer seeking active engagement against Israel.
Several nuclear scientists and high-ranking military officials in Tehran have been assassinated, and the scale of the Israeli operation is really massive. However, Iran has been able to cope with this situation in the past and will do it right now. Last year, Iran lost its president due to a helicopter crash in northwest of the country, and Iranians went to ballot boxes and voted for Masoud Pezeshkian, and they elected him as president after just 2 months. And now Iran's leader has appointed General Kapoor as IRGC chief and General Abdurrahim Mousavi as Armed Forces Chief of Staff. And this is also the same for nuclear scientists and their colleagues and their people who worked in the nuclear energy industry will replace those who have been assassinated. And this is not new for Iran to cope with tragedies, and Iran have been able to counter these kinds of attacks in past, and it will hope.
Well, tensions in the Middle East have escalated. Israel has struck Iran. Iran has retaliated. The region is on the brink of an all-out war. We'll get you the details after the break.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
Why was there a hurry? Was it the government that was in a hurry?
I don't want to blame anyone.
Joining us today here in the NDTV newsroom.
The government cannot walk away from this responsibility.
Cricket is region of sort in this country.
Would you like to comment on what happened?
What is the condition of the injured at this point? How many people died?
What exactly happened? You have lost your daughter.
In the wake of Pahalgam, all eyes on the Amarnath Yatra. amidst fear, faith, and fortitude. India's biggest fight against terror. NDTV reports on the holy route, the Amarnath spirit.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I
or
hold
buy time
ICICI
to
CDSL for the long term? Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
Is your business future ready? Join the 13-week strategic ESG certification program for business sustainability and growth for CXO and business leaders by NDTV, Terry and Zenora. Master global ESG frameworks, gain real-world tools, and lead.
Well, the tensions between Iran and Israel has escalated significantly. What does it mean for the entire region and, in turn, the entire world? We'll try and find answers to some of those questions. Joining me at this moment is John Rossomando, Defense and Counterterrorism Analyst. I also have Dr. Richard Benkin, commentator and author. Mr. John Rossomando, give me your assessment of the strikes on the Iranian nuclear facilities before I ask you other questions.
Well, I'd say that the strikes in the facilities show the extent of Israel's intelligence penetration of Iran. I mean, it's amazing. You know, they took out the chief of the army, the chief of the IRGC, and all the way down. Natanz, their main facility for enrichment, is a smoldering ruin. You have precision attacks all over Tehran. So I think that this sends a message. The United States knew in advance about these attacks. So I just love to know, what Trump said to Netanyahu. But he probably said, "Go ahead and do it." This way the United States doesn't have its fingerprints directly on attacking the Iranians. But now is a very dangerous time for America because Iran could turn around and attack our bases by virtue of our closeness. And there's supposed to be another round of talks on Sunday, but considering the developments, it's interesting to see where those will go.
Right. Before I go to Dr. Richard Benkin, I also want to understand the escalation pathways and the red lines here. What, in a military sense, Mr. John Rossomando, would constitute a red line for both Iran as well as Israel here?
Well, I think that we're already at the red line. I mean, I think that it's interesting, how the Iranians, were caught off guard. I mean, you had Mossad, operations teams taking out Iranian ballistic missile launchers, attacking Iranian military targets. In person. Now they're saying that most of those teams were all made up of Iranians. So that shows the degree of discontent in Iran, because it shows that the Mossad is able to turn Iranians against their own government.
Right. Let me go across to Dr. Richard Benkin. Dr. Benkin, as far as Israeli motivation for these strikes are concerned, and especially the nuclear sites that they have struck, what is the rationale behind Israel's reported strikes on these facilities? And do you think it is aimed at crippling Iran's nuclear program? Is it sending a strong deterrent message, or is it something else?
Yeah, thank you. First, thank you for having me on. First of all, I
I very much agree with everything my counterpart just said. I actually am familiar with your work and have been a fan for a while. With regards to that, first of all, let's get something straight. For years, since 1979, Iran has made it clear in their words and in their actions they are dedicated to eliminating the state of Israel. Now, we Jews have learned for a long time that when people say that, we need to take them seriously at it. Now, in October, when Iran sent hundreds of cruise and ballistic missiles against Israel, Israel fortunately was able to get rid of them, intercept most of them. Those that got through didn't really do anything. But let's think for a moment. If one or more of them carried a nuclear warhead, it really wouldn't have mattered if Israel had gotten rid of everything else, because no deterrent, no dome is ever perfect. It wouldn't have mattered. It would have been a mass casualty event, and could have repercussions for everyone, not just Israel. So there really was no choice. Israel had to make sure that Iran never got a nuclear weapon, and quite frankly, it was great that when the United States got a president who held the same position, that Iran can't get a nuclear weapon. We're seeing that President Trump tried to give Iran the opportunity of an off-ramp through negotiations. When that failed, it really was inevitable that Israel would do this. So I think it's more than just a message, and I think this could end in a couple ways. Either the Israeli strikes can continue to degrade Iran's ability, which is pretty low at this point now anyway, and we know their proxies aren't going to act. Hezbollah has said specifically that they're not going to act. It could either end that way, or it could end with regime change in Iran. I think the only message they're trying to send is that the Iranian people now have an opportunity to regain their freedom.
Right. I also want to talk about this very important thing, the nuclear talks between the United States and Iran. It is quite unlikely to go ahead. Dr. Benkin, what does it mean in the larger context now?
Well, I think all it means is that these things now are out on the table. The United States has done everything it could do to give Iran an option to get out of this without a military solution, and Iran rejected it. Specifically, too, the United States had a red line that Iran could no longer continue to enrich uranium, and that they would help Iran get the uranium for a peaceful nuclear program, which, by the way, is only, I think, 3.6% enrichment. Iran then said, well, we have a red line. We will never give up our enrichment of uranium. At that point, game over. At that point, both sides said, we're not crossing our red lines. You guys are on the other side of it. And as I said, this became inevitable. It was just a matter of when, where, how, what subterfuges were involved. So I really think that the whole notion of a negotiated end to this is really out the window at this point. I think the only way that that's going to happen is if there's regime change in Iran.
Right. John Rossomando, the IDF, it has claimed, and this is what we are getting right now, it has claimed that Iranian nuclear facilities, they have been destroyed. Will this calm down the situation? Will this calm down things? Because from my assessment, from what I understand, it is quite unlikely.
I agree with my counterpart. The only thing that's going to end this is putting Prince Reza back on the throne of Iran and the end of this regime. Because this regime has one goal and one goal alone, which is the destruction of Israel. I mean, if we leave them in place, they will rebuild. It might be 2 or 3 years, but with support from Russia and China, they'll recover. But I think that this is a step in the right direction for Israel, because the only reason that Iran would want a nuclear weapon is to kill the Israelis, and I totally agree with my counterpart that if you had a nuke on one of those missiles, it would have been catastrophic, and it would have resulted in Israel using nuclear weapons against Iran.
Yeah.
So, this is winning the war to win the peace.
All right, John Rossomando and Dr. Richard Benkin, thank you very much for speaking with NDTV and sharing your views. The Middle East, remember, is on a brink at the moment. And this entire conflict between Israel and Iran, it has escalated, it has exploded into an all-out offensive. We'll have to wait and watch how things develop from here. We'll slip into a very short break, but after that, my colleague Gauri Dwivedi, she spoke to Reuven Azar. Listen in to that conversation later.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India, it matters.
Mr. Reuven Azar, Ambassador of Israel to India. So thank you so much, Excellency, for speaking to us.
Thank you, Gauri. I would like to start by expressing our condolences, the condolences of the entire people of Israel for this, following this terrible crash yesterday that demanded the life of so many victims. So our hearts are with the victims, their families, and we wish speedy recovery to the injured.
Right. And so we speak also on a day when there is a tremendous amount of uncertainty with regard to Middle East. I want to first start by asking you, why were the strikes carried out now? There were reports from February onwards that these could be on the anvil, but why now when many felt that probably diplomacy had a shot?
Well, we acted to remove an imminent threat coming from Iran because Iran has been manipulating the world and exploiting these talks in order to go on a fast track to weaponize their fissile material, to create a nuclear weapon. And as you very well know, Gauri, Israel has declared time and again that if the Iranians attempt to create a nuclear weapon, Israel will have no choice but to take action, and this is exactly what we did.
There has been some sort of an immediate retaliation that has come in from Israel. What more are you expecting?
Well, I don't know. I think that the Iranians have started the retaliation. We told them that
there were drone attacks, but
yes.
I'm sure that will not be the alls. More so since the IRGC chief has been killed, they would like to have some sort of a messaging there. What are you expecting?
Well, first of all, just for the audience to know, we took action against military nuclear facilities. We took care of top commanders that were commanding this effort against the state of Israel, and we attacked also some of their ballistic missile capability, because Iran was actually trying to destroy Israel on three tracks. The first is their multi-decade attempt to acquire nuclear weapons that we managed to foil. The second is the huge production of ballistic missiles. They have thousands of them. They were planning to build 10,000 ballistic missiles in the next 3 years and 20,000 in the next 6 years. Now, I want people to understand what we're talking about here. Even without the nuclear weapon, we're talking here about each missile carrying 1,000 kilograms of TNT that can kill hundreds of people. If you fire them at a barrage, at a state as small as Israel, which is half of the size of Haryana or the size of Mizoram, that can be devastating. It's an existential threat. And the third track that Iranians promoted was, of course, this ring of fire that they were creating around us by, arming and helping all these proxies, including Hezbollah, the militias in Syria, in Iraq, in Yemen, etc. So we took action now because we saw that they are coming in almost no time to a situation in which they can fire at us a nuclear weapon.
None of that is something that happened overnight. What you've mentioned is something that's been in the works for months now. In fact, where you mentioned about the ring of fire, it's almost been like 18 months since the Hamas attack started. Since then, there's proxies have been at war with Israel. I want to understand from you the reason why I said about the timing, or I ask about the timing, is because diplomatic efforts are on. The Trump administration says that they've really put in their political capital at stake here. They were wanting to extract some sort of a deal out of Iran there. And it all looks like it's unlikely to happen at all any time in the future.
Well, diplomacy always has a chance, but diplomacy cannot be exploited in order to pursue the illicit nuclear military program of Iran. And what the Iranians have been doing, and actually it was even confirmed by the IAEA, that Iran is in breach of the safeguards agreement. They have been cheating the world for decades, and they were actually trying to cheat now too. So we tried for decades to prevent this moment. Okay?
Do you think diplomacy still has a chance?
Diplomacy always has a chance.
No,
provided
that's like a big statement you're making, sir. But
provided it's not a concealment or a manipulative program in order to conceal the construction of a nuclear weapon. What the Iranians were doing now is that we're clandestinely having a group of people working on a nuclear device. This is what is new, and this is why we're doing it now.
So the IAEA said that they are not in a position to confirm that Iran's nuclear program, whatever they've been able to do so far, the 60% enrichment they've done, is only for civil purposes. So so that's an important fact. They put that out. But the reason why I asked you about diplomacy, you made almost like a motherhood statement that this diplomacy always has a chance. But the Trump administration said two things. One, A, you're on your own. We're not backing you at all. In this, you're on your own. And B, that you've shut the door to any diplomatic options whatsoever. Your thoughts?
Well, first of all, they didn't say we are on our own. What they said is that they support the legitimate right of Israel to work alone, to defend itself against this threat. And that
you are working alone then?
Yes, but no, it's different. When you say that you're on your own, it means or insinuates that we don't support you. But it's the contrary. We are in sync with the United States. The United States supports our action. And actually, the United States has warned Iran not to escalate and not to try to attack American targets. And this is completely legitimate. We are an independent nation, and we are entitled to defend ourselves by ourselves, and we are grateful to our American friends that have been so supportive in supplying to us the means that we need to defend ourselves.
Where do you see this escalation now going, both on the diplomatic aspect and also the military aspect? This follows after tensions between Israel and Iran really escalated last year, and now 12 months later, they seem to have escalated quite significantly. So how do you see this now going forward, both on the diplomatic track, which a lot of people feel is now pretty much frozen, and also the military expectation in terms of retaliation?
Well, first of all, it wasn't just an escalation. There was a brutal attack on Israel on the 7th of October. There was an intentional attack backed by Iran, by Hezbollah, and by Iran itself to attack Israel. Iran has multiple times sent barrages of missiles and rockets and drones against Israel. And we have declared very clearly that Israel will retaliate to the Iranian retaliation. We will not agree to be in a situation that a nation, a radical regime like Iran, that has sworn to destroy us, will acquire the means to do so, because our people already survived an extermination attempt 80 years ago. And we said then, never again. Never again is now.
Okay. What are your expectations in terms of the talks that are scheduled to take place in Oman between Iran and IAEA in the effort to try and see some possible middle ground right now in the backdrop of these escalations that has taken place, these tensions between Israel and Iran? What are your expectations out of the talks in Oman?
Our expectation is that Iran will renounce any capability of enrichment, because it is a state that is radical, that it has breached the basic principle in the Charter of the United Nations by threatening to annihilate another country. It has cheated the international community by, on the one hand, enjoying the benefits of being part of the Non-Proliferation Treaty, but on the other hand, doing illicit activities, including a military nuclear program. And therefore, what we expect is that Iran will actually be negated from an opportunity to enrich uranium, so we can be sure that nuclear weapons won't be assembled in Iran.
What's in it for Iran to come on the table for these talks in Oman? The threat about sanctions is not new. Some of the hard negotiations that have been going on is again not new. The posturing by America that they vacated their non-essential staff from Baghdad and several other areas, again, many feel could be posturing. What is in it for Iran to really come on the table? And the reason why I ask you this is because unless those talks lead to something positive, we are back to talking about these tensions and the uncertainty that it puts the entire region in.
Well, what is new is that the IAEA has determined, that Iran has breached the safeguards agreement. It means that Iran has actually undeclared activities that are connected to the nuclear program that they have concealed from the IAEA. And as a result, you had yesterday a resolution passed that declares that Iran is in non-compliance. And as a result of that, not only the United States, but also other countries will snap back sanctions against Iran unless they cooperate. For decades, the international community has asked Iran to cooperate. They have been refusing. So not only that they are creating a threat that is, by the way, not only threatening Israel, but the entire region and the world. Israel, by defending itself, is doing a great service to the region and to the world, because Iran has refused time and again to come with clean hands to the table to stop these illicit activities. But if they do, and they actually renounce these illicit capabilities, the way for diplomacy is open.
If those sanctions were to be imposed, which look very likely, as I pointed that a lot of people, in fact the IAEA feels that they cannot confidently say that the nuclear program is only for civilian purposes, which means that...
That's an understatement.
I'm only going by what the IAEA says, which means that fresh sanctions by the UN is on the anvil. So if that is anyway going to happen, do you think this strike right now, this attack right now, and a retaliation that is set to happen as well, which will throw the region into more uncertainty, turmoil, if nothing more, if we stop at just that. Do you think it was warranted right now when the sanctions would have come in place, even if one were to assume that the diplomatic resolution could have been limited, but a new sanctions regime on Iran right now, do you think that itself would have done more damage to the Iranian economy, Iranian society, and Iran in general?
Look, we have to put here things in order. At the end of the day, if the Iranians decide to assemble a nuclear weapon, okay, this is an existential threat for us. And this brings an end to diplomacy. The only way to go back to diplomacy is by preventing this threat, either by a decision of Iran to renounce military nuclear capability, or by military action of Israel or any other country. So the choice is very clear. If the Iranians opt to continue pursuing their quest for military nuclear capability and military nuclear weapons, then they are going to meet either our military might or other countries' military might, and diplomacy won't solve it.
But who's supporting you? If it's not your military might, others, who are those?
Well, we have seen that, first of all, we enjoy the support of the United States. I think that many countries are concerned. We understand the concern because we also did everything we can to prevent escalation and to convince the Iranians peacefully to renounce their nuclear weapon program. But unfortunately, that failed. And therefore, at the end of the day, even if countries are concerned now, I think that they are going to be extremely grateful for what Israel did, because we have removed a threat. Look, this is not the first time, Gori.
Yeah.
And we saw this in the past. Saddam Hussein tried to acquire nuclear weapons. Assad tried to acquire nuclear weapons. Gaddafi did the same. But I'll tell you what's the difference this time. This is coming from a regime that time and again has declared that they want to annihilate the state of Israel, that they want to remove the so-called tumorous cancer, that they want to remove the small Satan, Israel, in order to fight the big Satan, which is the United States. So when you have a combination of radicalism that creates a quest for destroy another member of the United Nations, and on top of that, you create or you build weapons of mass destruction, that is something that you have to confront. This is reality. So as much as we want to give diplomacy a chance, when you have a player that acts so irresponsibly, that is so radical, that is sworn to destroy you, you have no choice but to take the measures to defend yourself and to neutralize the threat.
Final question, sir, which is that America did evacuate its non-essential staff in its embassy in Baghdad, and these recent strikes that have taken place, it adds to another layer of tension and uncertainty in the region. How do you see that? Has America spoken and been in touch with Israel on these matters? Anything that you can share with us?
We are in touch all the time, Gori. And of course, countries are taking precautions because they act responsibly to defend their assets. I want to remind you that following the Abraham Accords, Israel is now much more in sync with the Central Command of the United States in the region. We are coordinating our air defenses. We are working with other countries in the region in order to protect the skies of the region. This coordination is essential for our security and for the security of the region as well.
All right, we leave it there, sir. Thank you so much for speaking to NDTV. Thank you so much for taking out the time. All right, viewers, that of course was a very special conversation with the Israeli ambassador to India, Reuven Azar, who connected the dots for us, explained Israel's rationale for the attack, and also spoke about what kind of a possible retaliation that may come in from Iran. Thank you so much for watching that very special conversation.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
मैं नरेंद्र दामोदर दास मोदी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि एनडीए सरकार में हम अगले 10 साल में विकसित भारत के सपने को साकार करके रहेंगे।
अटल से तो विकसित भारत की तस्वीर है। प्रेरणा और प्रगति जब एक साथ जुड़ते हैं तो एक नए युग की नींव पड़ती है। भारत माता की
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Junkie brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Osama Shah. The Middle East is on the brink as the conflict between Iran and Israel, it has exploded into an all-out offensive. Over 100 projectiles, they have been reportedly rained down on Israeli targets, triggering air raid sirens across the nation, even reaching Jerusalem. Now, in a dramatic turn, Israel's Iron Dome has been activated, working to intercept missiles not only from Iran, but also from as far as Yemen, raising questions about the true scale of this unprecedented assault. The recent developments, it indicates a significant escalation in tensions between the two countries, with multiple reports suggesting that Israeli strikes near Iranian nuclear facilities. Specifically, the Fordow uranium enrichment site, and it appears to have been targeted, and the Natanz nuclear site, it was reportedly struck earlier today. In fact, there are also reports of an Israeli drone being downed near a nuclear site and strikes on the Hamdan airbase and Fardiz as well. In fact, despite these events, radiation levels outside the affected sites are reported to be stable, and this is from across the multiple reports that have been coming in. The IAEA is monitoring the situation on the ground, and these incidents, it certainly signals a new phase in this Iran-Israel conflict with heightened nuclear tensions across Iran there. In fact, the Indian Foreign Minister, Dr. S. Jaishankar, had also spoken to his Iranian counterpart. He spoke to Iranian Foreign Minister Arakshi. Meanwhile, the Prime Minister Modi, had also spoken with Benjamin Netanyahu earlier in this in the day. In fact, today. So India is in touch with both the nations as Israel targets Iran nuclear facilities. Meanwhile, my colleague Vishal Vivek joins us to get us more on this. Vishal, take us through the latest that you're hearing right now.
The latest, as you mentioned, Osama, is the fact that Houthis from the Yemeni side have now started attacking Israel, and there are sirens blaring across the territory of Israel as we speak. We had a reporter from Israel joining us just a few moments ago, and she mentioned that people across Israel are, going into their bunkers. They are feeling scared because missiles are being launched as we speak. But the fact of the matter is that Israel has in its arsenal one of the most sophisticated weapons in human history, which is the Iron Dome. it has intercepted almost all of these missiles. And earlier in the day, when Iran retaliated with about 100 drones, almost all of them were intercepted, all of them were obliterated. So the fact of the matter now is, what will Iran do now? Because will it go as big as Israel? Because Israel went quite big. It was a historic strike, because in the last 40 or 45 years, Iran has never been attacked like this. The last time something like this happened, a conflict of this level in which Iran was engaged, was back in 1980, when it was engaged in a conflict with Iraq. So that shows you the scale of the conflict that it could be pointing at. We are still not there yet. It all depends on what Iran does, but all eyes are on Iran, because Iran has been recently weakened by a lot of these proxy wars that it has engaged in, but it still has in its arsenal really big ballistic missiles. How many of them are actually in the number that they can use, that has not been revealed. So that is one of the things that will need to be looked at. But the region, as you mentioned, is on the boil. It's really tough to say what will happen, but it's a really difficult moment for both the countries, Iran and Israel. Absolutely.
Vishal, stay with us. We also have Dr. Brahma Chelani, a defense expert, joining us on the broadcast at this moment, as well as James Bowden joining us on the broadcast. He's a Middle East expert. Brahma Chelani, first of all, we heard what our correspondent Vishal Vivek said especially about the projectiles from Yemen. What does this suggest about the coordination and the breadth of this entire offensive, according to you?
Before launching airstrikes on Iran, Israel had systematically undermined Iran's proxies, including Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthis. And Iran was unable to offer any tangible aid to its proxies. Now Israel has taken on Iran directly, and the risk is that this could go out of hand. This could escalate into a full-fledged war. Iran is not a small state or a weak state. It's a determined state, a state that has in the past shown strategic resilience, the resilience to bounce back from serious setbacks. Its nuclear program in the past has been penetrated by Israeli decoys. The sabotage in the nuclear program did not deter Iran from continuing to make progress in the nuclear program. It managed to restore its nuclear program. So there is a certain historical resilience that Iran has shown, and we'll have to see as to how far Israel is going to undermine Iran's nuclear ambitions and degrade its military capability. And we also have to see to what extent Iran is able to wreak damage in Israel, especially by targeting strategic sites in Israel.
All right, Mr. Brahma Chelani, thank you very much for joining us and sharing your views, very crucial views there on the broadcast. Also, from what we understand at this moment, the United States, the president, Donald Trump, he is meeting with his national security team following Israel's strike on Iran, and that meeting has concluded. This is from multiple reports that we are hearing. In fact, let me go across to James Bowden. Mr. Bowden, firstly, your thoughts on how things have escalated so rapidly, and what does it mean in the larger context right now?
Well, I think that in the larger context, I want to go back to what the last gentleman was saying. I really don't see the risk of a regional war or an escalation at this point. Iran does not share any borders with Israel, and they cannot move any conventional forces across that significant of a region. And right now, what it looks like is that their offensive missile capability has been extremely weakened, both through their large supplies to their proxies or allies in the Middle East, and how those have been decimated throughout Israel's and the United States' campaigns in the region over the last year and a half or more. So in terms of escalation, I don't see a lot happening. the Iranians are still right now just on the back foot trying to absorb these attacks. And it's going to be a little bit longer before they can organize a real response to this.
I also have Bethany Mandel, journalist from Washington, D.C., joining us at this moment. Bethany, from what we understand, that crucial meeting, Donald Trump meeting with his national security team following this particular offensive from Israel on Iran, that meeting has concluded. How is the United States looking at the recent developments, especially in Iran and Israel right now?
I think that the administration, the Trump administration, is grateful to Israel for taking this on, because the Iranian threat was not just a threat on Israel, it was a threat on the whole Western world and on us here in America. They were days away from capability of having a nuclear bomb and ballistic missiles that could reach me here in Washington. So the Trump administration, from all appearances, is very grateful that the Israeli government has taken this on. The Israeli people have taken this on, and there's a lot of support being offered behind the scenes. I've heard anecdotally that literally 60 seconds after the attacks began, a White House source messaged someone high up in Israel and said, "Good luck." The White House knew that this was happening and were supportive of it.
I also have Mr. Daniel Block joining us right now. He's a senior editor, foreign affairs, and contributing editor at the Washington Monthly. Mr. Block, as far as this entire escalation is concerned, this is a dramatic escalation. Break it down for us. What do you believe were the key triggers here that pushed the conflict to this all-out offensive phase, particularly concerning the targeting of the nuclear facilities?
Well, I think a couple of things are at play here. We know that this is something the Israelis have wanted to do for quite some time. They've been eager to strike Iran for a while now. I mean, dating back really to the to the Obama administration. Netanyahu has wanted to attack Iran. And the U.S. government has put them off, has told them not to do it for long periods of time. I think what's changed now are a couple of things. One is the arrival of the Trump administration. And now just how supportive Trump was or wasn't, we don't quite know yet. There's a lot of rumors, a lot of speculation, a lot of mixed signals. It's quite possible, as Bethany said, that they gave a green light. But certainly they were more permissive than Obama or Biden were when it came to the idea of attacking Iran. I think the other key thing that happened is that for Israel, they saw an opening. Iran is weaker now than it was 2 years ago, even 1 year ago. The Israeli operations against Hezbollah, against other Iranian allies in the region, really weakened what is kind of called the axis of resistance, which is this network of proxies and partners that Iran would use in order to attack Israel or attack U.S. forces in the region. And then Israel in 2024 also went ahead and it did a lot of damage to Iran's air defense systems. And so between those two things, I think you have an Israeli government that feels like now was the moment of opportunity they had. Now is the best chance they were going to have to strike. And I think if you combine that with an American administration that's more permissive of an Israeli attack on Iran, you have a window and the type of action we saw happen last night.
Right. James Bowden, before I talk about Iranian intent here, I also want to understand from you, we've heard from Ayatollah Khomeini. He has made a statement. In fact, the Iranian president, Masoud Pezeshkian, he has said that Iran's response to the Israeli aggression will be tough and legitimate. What do you make of how Iran is going to respond to going further right now?
It's definitely going to be a wait and see. Again, Iran has used a lot of its missile capacity in the last few responses that it has had against Israel. And I really foresee, we have already seen this demonstrated through their extensive use of drones sent across. And so why they haven't responded with the missiles, we're not quite sure, but I think it's because they lack that capacity. So how they're going to respond remains an open question. I am definitely watching Ansar Allah as they are starting to send missiles. Now, we've only seen, I think, one or two sent aloft since this morning, but I anticipate more. And their strike options are very limited. They lost Hezbollah, which was basically the queen on the chessboard, and they lost that ability for them to threaten Israel. So it's going to be interesting to see how they make that response.
Right. What is also going to be interesting is to see the international community coming together in response to this recent development. From what we see right now, the United Nations has also called for Israel and Iran to, and I quote, show maximum restraint to avoid deeper conflict. What do you make of this entire, statement that is coming from United Nations, and how do you see the role of international communities and partners for both the countries, Bethany, going forward from now?
I mean, I think the United Nations, they always say de-escalation, 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 but the atomic agency that was in charge of, making sure that they did not get to the point of having a nuke, stated very clearly that, they had failed and that Iran